Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day today. Sorry, I was actually peeling an orange. And then I realized that stuff that I had defrosting in the bottom of the fridge leaked down, well, into like where I keep some fruit. It's just water, but still. Yeah, I'm going to be cleaning that after the stream. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, I think I actually got a lot of writing done today, which was pretty good. I earned a little bit, got some very good news in regards to various financial concerns. So just a matter of like there was one thing that was definitely weighing on me, and now it looks like okay, it's been more or less settled. I just need to wait for it to start kicking in. So there's that little factor there. Mom's doing all right. She's more vocal today, so than in previous days. And I forgot to put the link for her GoFundMe in the blog, my blog this morning. So I feel bad about that. But folks know on the 19th she begins chemotherapy. We got some food today, so the fridge is pretty much fully stocked. It's like I just gotta remember to run out to the store and grab some more things to drink. That's the one thing I'm running a little bit short on, but I can do that almost any time. So tonight we are resuming Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, the P3 side of the story, to get its related achievement. So way I figured there's going to be at least probably 2 more streams with this game. Because you gotta go through the story mode, read the story mode from a certain point in both the sides of the story, and make a different choice, and to unlock the true ending. And I do want to see Adachi's thing. I'm not sure if we're going to do the P4A version of the story in this game. We might, if I decide to just because there's no achievements associated with it. The Adachi thing has no achievements associated with it either.
This program is brought to you by the following sponsors.
And viewers like you. Bum, 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 bum.
Persona 4 Arena Ultimax.
Ah. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, Redneck. Hope all is good with you today. Maybe it didn't work, but messed around a bit. It's going all right. Got some good news in one regard. Mom is behaving herself, more or less. So, just waiting for various things to settle into places. As we're continuing the story here, a lot of reading by me to do. Now that I've recovered from whatever that cross was doing to me, I have enough strength to walk on my own. Still, it seems that whatever wounds I suffered are greater than I thought. After we leave the music room, we climb up a flight of stairs and step into a covered passage. I don't know what the signs in this place mean, or even if they hold any meaning anymore now that the city has become distorted. But it would seem that something called the classroom building is up ahead. We proceed down a long hallway that appears to go on endlessly. I can't tell whether the haze I see is because of the strange fog or my own fuzzy consciousness.
Be sure to return the favor with my fists.
While I'd been on the cross, I've been thinking the entire time. We were the core of the Shadow Operatives, but we all fallen into the enemy's hands so easily without any hope of escape. There were bullets still in the shop. Yeah, they got the wrong parts, so that's slowing down progress, but maybe go get it tomorrow just to get out of the way. And then it says, like, you mentioned that yesterday, it's like it'll be in the shop at least until what, Saturday or Sunday? Didn't you say that last night or something to that effect? My own powerlessness frustrates me. But even then, I kept calm. We still have comrades, Ken, Koromaru, and now our new member, Labris. They've grown so much, and were able to save me even after I made such a colossal blunder. Oh, not your bad, unless I misunderstood. It's that gunfire I hear. The sounds ring out continuously as if a battle is taking place nearby. We run in the direction that sounds are coming from.
What is this place? Doesn't feel like anywhere else. Sonata-san, this...
Talk about having bad taste. Whoever's doing this really wants this to be the entrance to hell.
It's a glamorous entrance to hell. This is the entrance hall to that tower. Tartarus. 3 years ago, we would gather here day after day to challenge the seemingly infinite labyrinth. We'd lost and gained so much here, a number of emotions flickered through my mind.
Mitsuno-san!
Labris's voice echoes across the hall. I turn to look and see Mitsuru up on a cross in a corner of the room. Her head hangs low and she seems to be unconscious. That cross must be draining her power, just like what happened to me.
Mitsuno-san, we'll get you down at once!
Look out!
When we try to rush to her side, a barrage of bullets rakes across the floor, striking sparks in front of us. When this torrent of gunfire finally dies away, the air is filled with white smoke, quite unlike the red fog that drifts about the area.
Confirming the presence of additional targets for elimination. Seriously, you keep coming one after another.
I guess.
Oh, there should be no problem. You can stay here and watch while I deal with them. It should take no time at all.
Who's she talking to? Additional targets for elimination? Who? There are other people who had apparently been fighting Aegis, rather the fake Aegis, when we showed up?
Yukon!
Akihiko-san! Labris!
Master?
Labris is here too?
Immediately understanding the situation, the rules of the fights here state that the battles must be one-on-one, and I see those red pillars surrounding you, his friends, and the fake Aegis. Most likely you have been fighting Aegis while protecting Yoshisuke and Chie, who are already exhausted. The battle itself is one-on-one, but there's no rule saying that you can't attack your opponent's companions if they happen to be in the ring at the same time. And it looks like it's fair game to attack us as well. Seriously, these rules that are convenient only for the enemy are really getting on my nerves. The situation, though, the persona users of Inaba, their skills and abilities are far beyond the ordinary. To think that they would be cornered this badly.
What's going on? You did this, didn't you?
As Lapis lashes out in confusion and anger, the shadow taking Aegis' form answers with a twisted smile. Dramatic readings, dramatic.
I am a weapon. It is my mission to follow orders and eliminate all targets. Now, sister, why are you getting in my way?
Get in your way.
As you may have guessed, I am a duplicate of Iris, but I am such an exact copy of her specifications that I may as well be the real thing. I will carry out my master's orders. I cannot comprehend why you, a fellow machine, are trying to prevent me from carrying out...
I can take a few guesses as to why.
You're a tool, just as I am, sister. Unfortunately, you were stolen in the previous battle.
She's a tool.
We must be enemies.
Must we?
The shadow operatives control you, while I take my orders from my master. Isn't that the only real difference between us?
Well, the hairs are different accents.
No, I'm doing this of my own free will.
Free will. Is that what you base your argument on?
It's a good argument.
Truths are nothing but data, ones and zeros in our minds. How can you prove that what you know is true? That your mind wasn't written over?
A straightforward claim with the cold logic of a machine. This isn't good. Aegis is probably the closest person to Labris, and like this fake said, if we really wanted to use Labris as a weapon, we could probably manipulate her memories to some extent. On top of that, there's no way to prove to Labris that we've never done something like that to her. Damn, what a move. Labris' faith in us must be...
Hey, Labyrinth!
It's not a sign. Let's leave this to her. I'm sure she'll be fine.
Ken has his eyes fixed on Labris even as he calls out to me. I see. These guys have just met, but they've already formed a bond through whatever battles they've faced so far. They believe in one another.
Sorry about that. You're right. I should trust in her.
Sister, friendship and trust means nothing to the likes of us. Yet you still attempt to fight me.
You're wrong. I'm an anti-shadow weapon too.
Bum, 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 bum,
There's
bum,
something
bum.
I'm more sure of. I get
Bum, 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 bum.
different things made
Bum,
her
bum.
into who she is now. I remember that. Now I remember that the reason why I can stand here and fight you was thanks to all our sisters who died to make me who I am. Those are painful memories, but if I forgot them, I wouldn't exist. That's what I'll fight for. This pain ain't made up. These memories are my own that I formed with everybody else. They aren't fake. They're my heart.
Labris is gonna have to fuck someone up.
Labris.
Understood. Master, I have a request to make.
The fake Aegis calls out into the thin air. The creature, a lump of shadow, has a master. Who in the world could she be calling out to?
Testing. What's this? A demo machine calling me up? What nerve? I'm a busy bear.
Is he a busy bear?
But I have a favor
want to let us in?
By the hairs of my chinny chin chin?
I wish to crush all their bonds before my sister's very eyes.
You wanna break their balls?
Oh, for Pete's! When you make a copy of a real person, the copy gets all the quirks of their personality too. Ah! Well, rather than
Oh, for
getting persona
Pete's?
fragments from those dried up old husks, you might get fresher ones from those guys.
Persona fragments?
Persona
Did I
fragments.
say too much?
Yes, you did.
Let's have a ring change.
Bring on the ring. As the voice of the vulgar fake Teddy calls out, new red pillars descend and the old red pillars shatter in response. New pillars drive into the four corners of the room, making this entire place into a fighting arena.
Are you alright?
Yosuke-kun. Chie.
We rush over to you and his friends to check on them. Good. None of them seem to be that badly hurt. After confirming they're safe, we turn to face the fake Aegis again.
Thank you for inviting us in before your battle completed. But we're not going to show you any mercy.
There is no need to thank me. I am about to eliminate all of you right now, after all.
Time for me to make a comeback as well. This is a grudge match now.
A match of grudges?
A little different from what I was expecting you to be. But I won't be fooled. I'll protect everyone with all my strength.
Since we've been reading the story from Akihiko's point of view,
Final.
It's looking good.
oh, caught him. The fake Aegis falls to its knees and his body turns black as it becomes a shapeless mass. I see a hint of pain in Labrys's eyes even as she watches.
Looks like we won.
You don't need to look at me like that. Either way, we only have a limited lifespan.
What do you mean?
We were created for the sole purpose of fighting you. Once that duty has been carried out, all we have left to do is expire.
Fighting is your duty.
I will not.
Duty is their fighting.
I wish for my master to emerge victorious, if possible.
Groovy. With that, the fake Aegis loses all cohesion, falling into a dark puddle on the floor. Eventually, that begins to flow upward like a film of syrup being poured in reverse until it completely disappears. Watch the process to the very end while we think about our troubles. Koromaru, who had been sitting at our feet, runs off. That's right, this isn't the time to be sentimental. We have to rescue Mitsuru. Kane and Labrys run to the cross Mitsuru is hanging from. I go with Koromaru to speak to Yu's group.
Master!
Thank you, Akihiko-san. That was too close.
What's a dog doing here? I mean, he's adorable, but
Sorry for causing you such trouble. It seemed like you were facing quite a difficult fight.
Ooh, I'm ashamed to call myself your student.
No, I should be thanking you. I'm sorry if you were all worried.
I decided to exchange information with Yu's group about the circumstances leading up until now and the situation in Inaba. They're surprised to learn that Ken and Koromaru are not only Persona users but shadow operatives. Our conversation turns to the reason why Yu and his friends were having such a hard fight. Contrary to my suspicions, it seems that the three of them made it to this room almost unscathed. Then why did the fake Aigis give them such a trouble? It's true that shadows taking our appearances can summon personas, and there's no mistake that they make extremely powerful opponents. But are they so strong they could hurt these three skilled fighters that badly?
Nah, that's not it. When we got to this weird room, we found Mitsuru-san up on a cross. So Chie and I rushed over to get her down, but there was somebody there.
It wasn't the fake Aegis?
No, I don't think so. I didn't see a face, but the voice sounded like a guy.
Totally a dude.
His face. How far away could he have been?
Well, he was kind of standing in the shadows. And the moment I saw his red eyes, my whole body froze up like I was petrified or something.
That's right. When I went in to save them, I was attacked by a persona I've never seen before.
Red eyes. And a persona?
Red eyes and a persona, yes. That doesn't make sense. Previously, the enemy said himself that he didn't have a persona. Could this mean that there's somebody else helping him? Someone with a persona and powerful enough to overwhelm even you? Mitsuru was here. Perhaps she knows something. I moved to where Ken and Labras are attempting to get Mitsuru down off the cross, but they appear to be having some trouble. She's rather top-heavy.
Not coming apart. What gives? It was easy enough to get Akihiko-san off of his. I'm not having any luck either. Damn it, why? Mitsuru-san, please wake up!
The two desperately call to Mitsuru while trying to undo the restraints, binding her arms and legs. At that moment, Koromaru stares fixated at the door and gives a low growl as if to warn us.
What's wrong, Koromaru? Is someone there?
Someone's coming this way.
Footsteps approach at a leisurely pace down the hallway. As they grow louder, the tension here in the entrance hall increases. Eventually, the footsteps stop. A shadow reaches from the doorway all the way to the center of the room. It wavers in the illumination of the fog.
It can't be. You're...
So I wasn't seeing things.
Shuji Ikutsuki. An unforgettable betrayal, an unfathomable insanity. Seeing him here again, the spitting image of when I last saw him brings back what I said, the death of everything, but also the beginning. 3 years ago, we made extreme sacrifices to put an end to his plans. Does this mean he has come crawling out of hell to torment us once again? To be continued. Yeah. Was it? Wow, it's Shuji Ikutsuki.
Shuji Ikutsuki.
The room that Akihiko called the entrance of hell. Koromaru remains in a cautious posture and waits to see what the person who just entered the room will do. Akihiko pales and Ken stands frozen next to me.
Ah, Akihiko and Ken. It's been a while. Are you enjoying this?
You! So you were the one behind this after all.
Now don't glare at me like that.
Glare at him.
The perfect place for our reunion. It was quite troublesome to prepare. The one you're taking great pains to find will be the one giving you great pains. Or something like that.
Suji Ikusuke, without waiting for us to respond, he continues to speak.
We're finally reunited, and I don't even rate a hello? Or do you not want to speak to someone you killed? Is that it?
Yeah, that's totally it.
Huh? Killed?
Ah, you must be the 5th generation weapon Labrys.
Anti-shadow weapon Labrys.
Didn't they tell you? That's right. They killed me. Of course, since I'm standing right here, I guess they almost killed me would be more precise.
I believe they actually did kill him.
That's ridiculous. You're the one who lied to us and tried to kill us.
Calm down, Ken. He destroyed himself. He can't possibly still be alive. Who are you really?
Oh,
That's
how
a-
cruel. Here I am, talking right before your eyes, and you still won't believe it.
No, we can't believe
Ask
it.
the 3 who just arrived what they think of this.
We hear footsteps approaching from behind and turn around to see Yukari-san, Junpei, and Aige stumble in. Just like Ken and Akihiko, they're at a loss for words when confronted with the person standing in the center of the room.
Ikutsuki, no way!
Yes way! So the two of them are surprised. Agus looks over at me. That's right, we can tell.
Don't be fooled, everyone. I can feel it. What's standing there is...
Indeed, that is not Ikutsuki-san. He's a fake, created by a shadow.
What a twist!
Just a foolish trick. That's what I thought.
Ah, well, you're a piece of junk, but you have a good nose, huh? You could have let me play around for a little while longer.
With a sudden change in mannerism and a few muttered words, the thing taking on Shuji Ikusuke's appearance crumbles. Behind the melting figure stands another person who had not been there a moment ago. He appears to be a young man around the same age as Yu-kun and his friends. What appears to be a Yashogami High uniform is tied around his waist. What could this mean? Is he another student at this school? A pair of scars crosses his face and he smirks while throwing with the 2 swords he carries at his waist.
Who are you?
So everybody connected to Kirijo's here, huh? The looks on your faces are hilarious.
Are they hilarious?
You talk the big talk, but deep down, you were totally freaking out over old Ikutsuki-chan.
Hey, they were.
I couldn't see your faces in person last time, though. You remember, don't you? It was when I took control of that scrap like the puppet it is.
You were behind the abduction of Labrys then.
Yeah, it was a crazy performance, huh? That weapon took a lot of witness. You need an introduction or something? My name's Sho Minazuki, and I'm behind all this. Welcome to my world, Kirijo lackeys.
Bum, bum.
Sho... Minazuki?
Sho Minazuki, that name sounds familiar. It was in the data that Kakino gave me before we descended on this town. A name from Shuji Ikutsuki's files. It seems this young man has a connection to Ergo research after all.
What is the meaning of this? What are you setting us all up like this for?
Huh? What are you whining about, you little shit? I was letting you have some fun. It's a little entertainment. Oh, and I guess I do have a score to settle with you. Ikutsuki was my dad, after all.
Dad? That's impossible.
He had no
You
dick!
didn't have any kids.
Doesn't matter. I'm still gonna kill you all.
The young man draws his sword, and the light glints off them. His eyes gleam with glee, the mania of madness. So this man, he's the one behind this entire case.
Toying with people and hurting them like this. What are you trying to accomplish?
Huh?
I've had enough. If you're hurting from your dad being killed, I get that. But is this the only way you can deal with it?
Labrys,
Mitsuru-san's people are risking their lives to try to end this tragedy themselves. They're doing their best to take responsibility for what happened. And I already know that your Ikutsuki guy lied to Mitsuru-san, betrayed them, and...
Shut up, you goddamn puppet! You've never even met him, so enough with your shit. For what? You gonna lecture me like you're a real person? What a joke.
She is a real person.
You bastard!
But don't get the wrong idea now. I already told you that I don't give two shits about Akutsuki. He used me and threw me away, that asshole.
That's so old. Used them and threw them away.
Doesn't matter. See, all you bastards are in my way. Every single living thing is in my way. Every goddamn thing.
So everything is in his way.
What are you talking about? That's just insane.
I'm insane. It's this world that's insane.
You're out of order. You're out of order. The whole damn system's out of order.
Pile of garbage. Trash. Bastards, die. Go away forever, goddammit. I'll get rid of every last one of you. I'll annihilate you along with this entire world.
My heart hurts. I wonder why. I sense a resonance of a plume of dust from the young man, and it's giving off emotion, hatred, no, sadness? He wants the world, but at the same time rejects it. This intense mixture of solitude with despair and yearning. I've felt this.
What? I know this emotion. Labras? He doesn't truly hate the world. What he really feels is... Labras-san, look out!
Koromaru tackles me and I fall sideways. A giant knife is vibrating in the floor right where I have been standing only seconds ago.
Don't say another word, you failure. What a drag. I'm tired of this. Well, I've already got enough persona fragments anyway.
Persona fragments?
Right?
Wait, do you mean...
Persona fragments, those are the same words General Teddy used earlier. The young man calling himself the mastermind behind all of this, the fakes whose sole purpose was to fight us, the flakes of light emerging from the defeated shadows. All of those now make sense to me. Most likely, the rest of us are feeling the same way. Sho was gathering persona fragments by making us fight our doubles. The moment we all reach that conclusion, Sho pulls out a small box and holds it before us.
So it's time to get the real show started. Here's a question for you. What do you think this is?
That's... Is that the remote Akutsuki was using when he controlled Aigis?
Stop him!
Too late. Activating the anti-shadow suppression weapon, Lapis.
I feel a sudden snap within me. Suddenly, I lose control over my entire body. At the same time, my consciousness begins to fade as if I'm being painted over by something else. It's that infernal device that took over my body and forced me to hurt the others, just like the other day. It gnaws at my mechanical body and all my self-control begins to slip away.
Labras!
Labras!
This is fun! Oh, by the way, I didn't stick a device in it or anything to do this. A weapon is there to be controlled, so, of course, there's a remote control. It's been built into that thing from the very beginning. I told you I'd destroy everything, right? Friendship, what a joke. One push of a button, and it all means nothing!
Yeah, this is where Labras fights against
Pull
it.
yourself together.
I scream internally at myself to stop, but my arm swings my axe at Aigis and sends her flying away.
Aigis!
Now!
Hey, animals, not a problem, redneck.
You just won't die, will ya? That's not good enough! Damn it!
Koromaru leaps at Sho and tries to snatch the box away from him. You and his friends follow, but Sho deals with them all in a single strike. This boy is strong.
Not one of you is coming to help, huh? You couldn't
Like,
anyway.
oh, he knows when it's time to chow down.
More of a remote control her.
Hey,
Kidding.
gotta keep those. When food comes at a certain time, they get used to it.
Scion of Kirito first. You specialize in tearing apart
Show jumps back to a safe distance and sends me in order to do just that. My legs move against my will and send me towards the crucified Mitsuru.
No, no, I'm not your puppet. I have a heart of my own.
A heart? Like I give a crap. You want me to erase all that too, then?
He manipulates the small box again with a raucous laugh. The power restraining me is intensifies, and I can feel myself slipping away against the torrent of commands blasting into my mind. The blade of my axe is against the cross Mitsuru is bound to.
Stop, 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 please, no!
Lapras! Damn it!
I think this was fully animated.
If it's tough for you to hurt your companions, then I'll blast your consciousness into nothing. So hurry up and tell them!
An even more forceful command overtakes me. Mitsuru, you, Ken, Yukari, Chie, everyone. I try desperately to hold on to my thoughts, but it's mercilessly torn away. I lose all feeling of the weight of my axe in my hands and my vision begins to waver. I'm going to destroy those I hold dear again.
Lapras, don't give up. Believe in yourself.
The last thing I see through my fading consciousness is Yukun. I don't want to feel this way ever again. I don't want to give up. I won't. And just like that, a sound rings out and darkness envelops me. Did my consciousness shut off? No, even in the darkness, I'm still awake. Whose voice is that? I hear a familiar laugh in the distance. I can't see who it is, but I know that voice.
Bonds? A heart? What a lame ass. Just like always.
You're the other me.
That's right. I am you. I'm the you within yourself that you keep a lid on.
I become terribly confused in the darkness. My shadow, the existence that should have melted away and become a part of me when I accepted it, she stands before me looking exactly the same as she did before.
I don't think you really understand. Well, I'm in a good mood, so I'll make an exception.
Let's get that plot exposition. Yes, tell us.
Your body is special. You hold 2 memory banks. One for yourself. Another, a black box that would allow you to absorb the memories of the other Lapras units when you killed them and took their name. It was such a surprise. Thanks to that, even after I became one with you, my personality was preserved in it. Oh, this is amazing. It's pounding with the resonations of the plume of
That actually explains something that was said last week in this game. She gazes upwards with an ecstatic expression and looks to me and seductively licks her lips.
all this time for your will to weaken. And now this body is finally mine.
What?
It's about time you ended this. Believe in your friends? Look where that got you. Am I right? Don't you hate him? Don't you want to destroy him? Enough of this bullshit about bonds and camaraderie. All you have to do is destroy everything. Put that gigantic axe on your back to use.
Huh? What?
Lapras!
Hey, you piece of junk! Can't you follow the simplest order properly? How broken?
I think she's more mighty pissed.
Follow orders.
That voice.
This one's skin your ass, you punk kid. As if I listen to whatever crap you order me to do.
Lapras?
I'll destroy whoever I want. That includes whiny rats like you who try to get in my way and order me around.
You piece of junk! You call me a brat, but you're no different! I mean, what the hell are you?
She snapped. That's what she is.
Turned into a really bad girl.
That's Lapras' shadow. I thought she had disappeared.
The explosion of emotions that pushed my consciousness back to the surface. The darkness disappears and my vision returns. But still, I can't will my limbs to follow my commands. I'm not in control of myself, but the other me is. The emotions running wild within me are out of my control, and my body won't accept my commands.
Ah, crap. So wiping out the rational mind made its true self show up? Goddamn shitty robot, it's completely useless!
Oh no, I think he's completely useful. Come at me, bro.
Seriously? She can even summon that cow monster from before? Wait, did she just call it her persona?
What the hell's going on here?
One body, two minds, multiple persona. The giant blood Asterius roars. Show not facing the full wrath of my shadow's uninhibited urge to kill, draws his swords with an almost annoyed sneer.
Better watch out. I'm no ordinary human. I'm finally free. Free to wreak as much havoc as I want.
So Labrys and Show actually are one and the same. They have multiple personalities, and all right, so that's an interesting twist.
Why bother? I'll make you cry! Ready for this? I see ya!
This gonna hurt.
It broke the screen.
Shit! You broke the goddamn remote! What the hell are you, damn it?
She's Labrys.
What's wrong, little boy? Don't tell me you're done already. I'm not even close to being satisfied.
I mean, just look at her eyes.
The real Lapras?
No, that's her suppressed emotions running wild. That show guy brought this on himself. He couldn't have known something like this would happen with Labrys's memories.
But this is bad.
Yeah, she was already a handful when we all went up against her. It's gonna be even worse now. Damn it.
I guess I should put an end to you now. How do you want it? You wanted me to tear you apart, didn't you?
You monster. Try it if you can. You're not worth my time, but I don't care anymore. I'll do everything in my power to destroy you! Stop, Labrys! You've done enough!
Don't do it! He's not worth it!
Essence, I don't mean like the friendship games from last time.
No! If you're seriously gonna do this, then you've gotta get past us.
Damn it, let her kill him.
What are you doing? It's too dangerous. Get away from her.
I'm sorry, Akihiko-san, but we can't back down from this.
We're Labrys' friends! We could never let her accept this fate!
We're not sticking up for this guy, but we'll never let one of our friends become a murderer.
What about Adachi?
She put her weapon down.
This is more garbage. Do whatever you want, you idiots.
This place. What's happened to me? You.
I've had enough of this shit. I'm not dealing with it anymore.
Huh? You're giving control of my body back to me?
I think share it.
You're the one who likes playing house.
The darkness returns and she brusquely returns her back to me. Silence fills the area for a moment, then I suddenly realize something. She used her persona a moment ago. It's true that she looked and acted the same as when she was a true shadow. But I can tell she was, I was fighting with the controlled powers of her persona just now. It may sound the same, but it's different. I wasn't a shadow running berserk. Because I accepted myself, I was able to attain a persona. Maybe the same could be said about...
You were actually... You did that to help me. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a twist.
Just take over for me already. Oh, and
The other me mutters something. I can't hear what she says, but I can tell what it was she wanted to say. Yeah, don't worry. You're me and I'm you. You do remember what I feel, huh? She's always sleeping inside of me, even though she had forcefully taken over my body. I feel a kind of relief. So she can she can flip personalities. That's actually kind of a cool character development. I sense myself returning to the real world as if the familiar voices are guiding me back. My vision slowly brightens.
You-kun? Everyone.
She's back to herself?
Yeah, remember, my other half saved me and everyone else brought me back to myself. And with that, I look over towards the young man before me. There's the unmistakable reaction of a plume of dust coming from within him. That plume of dust conveys an intense message to me. Now that I've been reunited with the other me hidden in the darkness of my mind, I know for certain what it's conveying.
You're actually lonely deep down, aren't you? You don't like being alone.
Labrys? Now what? Are you even more broken now? You think I'm lonely? If you're that mixed up, maybe destroying you would be doing you a favor.
I was like you once. You just haven't realized what's in your heart. It's 'cause no one ever accepted you for who you are.
Huh? Labrys, what are you saying? That guy...
I know, but...
She
I
knows.
understand his feelings, too. He was raised by this Akutsuki guy, but when Akutsuki died, he was just thrown out into the world.
Like a power
You
trash.
live in this world, so you want to tear it down around you. But isn't that just something you're telling yourself? Even I found a home with Mitsuru-san and them. If you just opened up your heart, you could live in this world. You could have friends.
Shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up! What the hell are you yapping about, you stupid puppet?
His fit of anger cuts off suddenly and he falls unnaturally silent. Did he faint? We look around at each other in confusion when his drooping head slowly rises, his crimson eyes staring fixedly at us.
What is this? My legs!
I can't feel my legs.
I can't... Not this power again!
Damn it! This can't be.
This power.
I can't move, and it's not just me this time. Everyone seems to be held in place due to some power. This young man slowly and calmly looks over all of us. His eyes and the cross-shaped scar between them gleam red like a silently burning flame.
Stop putting useless ideas in his head. Do you intend to destroy him?
You're...
Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Minazo. Show me
Allow me myself to introduce myself again.
explore this wish.
What happened to this guy? He seems completely different now.
Ba, 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 ba.
Plume of Dusk. Who are you?
I have no need to explain. This boy yearned for me, and I awakened within him. That is all.
A moment ago, the young man had been increasingly agitated, shouting like a child having a temper tantrum. All of a sudden, he's calm and speaks with a measured tone.
Whatever you're doing to us, is this another of your powers?
Oh, don't get me wrong. This power doesn't belong to me. I'm only borrowing it.
Borrowing?
The place is shaking. This isn't good.
The building's creaking.
It's about time everything was ready. This is all thanks to you, so thank you. I have gathered enough persona fragments.
fighting for? What are you going to do?
Ba, 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 ba,
Borrow
ba.
power to envelop this town in red fog and make you fight against your fakes.
Yes, but why? Why did you do this?
Carve your personas.
Carving our personas?
Yes, carving them.
Our bait truly came in handy. All that's left is to awaken that fate.
So it's like we thought. This town feels like it's in the dark hour. And there's a tower similar to Tartarus. You're going to try to awaken death, just like Ikutsuki.
Not precisely. What I'm trying to awaken is not the same thing you fought against. I will grant this boy his wish and create his world.
This boy, his world, he speaks as if he's talking about someone else. The way he's speaking, staring at us, is completely different from how we'd been only a moment ago, as if he's now a completely different person. Wait, a different person? Could it be?
Damn it. If only I could move.
I'll be going now. There are still some finishing touches that must be made. You're free to come after me, but your missing friends are in danger. It would be wiser to go and rescue them.
A young man who calls himself Minazaki leaps away with his inhuman agility, landing in front of the giant door. After glancing back at us, he turns away and calmly leaves the room. At that moment, the mysterious power that kept us frozen stops, and we finally regain control over our bodies.
Wait!
I called out in a fruitless attempt to pursue him before another presence shows up on my radar. It's not one of my friends, it's...
Yukiko? No, that's a fake Yukiko-san.
Hey, yeah. It's not just her. What have Risei and Naoto been up to? Minazuki just said that they're in danger.
Bring on the ring! When the fake raises its arms, the usual red pillars descend and form barriers around us. No, I won't be able to pursue Minazaki now. He also said that our friends are in danger. Mitsuru is still on the cross and you and his friends are wounded. We have no idea what kind of problems Naoto and the others who aren't here are facing right now either. In any case, we have to hurry after show and quickly as possible. Rescue the others and put this case to rest. I put my axe from my back and turn around in reaction to Koromaru's bark. I've found a place for myself among the shadow operatives. They're my comrades and they feel the same for me as I do for them. They line up beside me. That's right, I'm not alone anymore. It's Lapras' story, we'll roll with it. The unconquerable Snow Black. Yukiko Amagi. The big wind-up.
You carried off that match wonderfully.
Broke her easily enough. We don't even give the falling shadow a second glance as we watch to where Mitsuru was hanging on the cross. She's just hanging around this entire time. She's basically dead. The sturdy lock gives us some trouble, but we finally manage to get Mitsuru down and the atmosphere among us becomes more cheerful. Though Mitsuru was quite disabled, she quickly regains consciousness.
Labris. Everyone.
This is your fault, Mitsuru. Mitsuru looks relieved for a moment after seeing our faces, but she seems to have quickly reached an understanding. Her expression quickly turns meek as she apologizes to us.
I'm sorry. My judgment was flawed. I'm responsible for all.
See, I told you it was her fault, and she agrees.
There you go again with that stuff. Still, I'm really glad you're okay.
Thank you. It's all thanks to you.
Oh, Fuka's safe too. She's headed this way from somewhere else right now, though.
I see you managed to find Yukari-san, Junpei-san.
Hey, Ken? Man, you've grown. I mean, of course I did. It's all going according to plan.
What's according to a plan?
Fell asleep on your train and ended up here by accident.
You never change, do you?
Well, it seems that the auxiliary staff, like Yukari, haven't seen Mitsuru and Akihiko in a while, so they have a sentimental expressions as they greet each other. The stiff look on Mitsuru's face slowly begins to melt away. It's melting! I was worried about you and his friends after they were hurt, but they seem to be recovering as well. I'm so glad you and the others approached me.
Labris! I'm so glad you came. I thought we were done for.
I thought you turned into your shadow for a moment back there. What was that all about?
I don't know, but I guess my shadow's been within me all this time, watching everything I've seen. And I think she's changing too, even if only little by little. And it was all of you who brought me back.
You really did help us. Thank you.
As I'm conversing with everyone from Inaba, I hear some distinctive footsteps. I look toward them and see two shapes running in from beyond the fog. It's Fuka and Teddy. It'll be reassuring to have Fuka with us, and she's great at supporting us on the intel front. I bet Teddy will help us too, saying things like how he's my knight. I can't help but smile when I hear their voices calling to me.
Lemon-chan! Thank goodness! I was so worried about you!
Labris, you came to save us, right? Thank you. Whoa, he really is a talking costume. You're not General Teddy, right?
Of course I'm not! Look at my fur! It's completely different! It's 100% genuine teddy fur!
Genuine?
Koromaru-san says that his is 100% genuine dog fur.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's a dog.
Hey, what kind of fur is your coat made of, Mitsuru-san?
This? Kikuno bought this coat, so... No, let us save the discussion of fur for later.
Mitsuru walks towards you and his friends. Seeing the leaders of the Shadow Operatives and the investigative team together like this makes me proud. These two people saved me and gave me a place to belong. I want to fight for these people, and that will help me get stronger. Having friends and comrades is truly wonderful. That's what I think.
Narukami, I must thank you. It seems we're once again indebted to you.
No, I have to apologize for breaking my promise to you. Your people have helped us out too.
That's fine. You helped me remember something important.
We did?
That's right. Trying to keep danger and death at a distance only results in putting life at a remove as well. I knew this when I established the Shadow Operatives, but it seems that I became too focused on thinking only about the present.
Mitsuru-san.
Allow me to ask for your help now, Narukami. I'd like you and your friends to cooperate with us. We need your assistance to solve this case.
Do I really need to answer that? Of course we'll protect Inaba.
Yu-kun looks straight into Mitsuru's eyes as he answers. Seeing his sincere resolve, Mitsuru nods cheerfully. Yu's friends are all smiling too, as if they're agreeing to gladly take on anything that comes their way. Now, of course, anything outside of Inaba, they don't give a fuck about.
What we know about the situation.
Oh, you're on the ball, Ken. I was just about to suggest that myself. Yep.
Uh-huh, sure.
Right. You're
Yeah.
just trying to claim his idea. I mean, seriously. How lame do you have to be to try and steal credit from someone so much younger?
Very lame. We each describe what we've experienced up to this point. Once we have a grasp of that, the topic of our conversations obviously shift to Sho Minazaki.
Who in the world is that show kid? Didn't he say something about Akutsuki being his dad?
A young man stated that he was the mastermind behind the recent events here in Inaba. He also said that he is Shuji Akutsuki's son. But the file I was given by Kikiro clearly said that Akutsuki had no family.
Presumably, he had a life before he was the chairman of Gekkokan High. Couldn't he have had a child during that time?
No, Ikutsuki had no family, let alone a child. The only things on his mind were his experiments and the fall.
Yeah, not the summer or the winter, but the fall.
He was a mad scientist? Oh, don't tell me he was doing human experiments too.
Oh, I think he was.
He gathered orphans from different areas and performed inhumane research on them to try to artificially induce their
I didn't even know play Persona 3, but I figured, yeah, it's obviously.
That's messed up.
For real.
After Ergo research was disbanded, it seems Ikutsuki stole the research data and continued performing such experiments personally. One of those test subjects was named Sho Minazuki. The records state that he was the youngest of the test subjects.
An orphan, huh? Did Akutsuki adopt him?
No, Sho Minazuki was nothing more than a favorite subject to Ikutsuki.
Test subject? But he's a person. How could he do such a horrible thing?
Yeah, let me introduce you to Republicans.
Suffused with his arrogance. It isn't hard to imagine how he was treated with Ikutsuki in charge. Minazuki was raised in a solitary environment, never interacting with anyone. I suspect his experiences from that time greatly affected the development of Minazuki's current personality.
Or split personalities.
So that's why he said Akutsuki was his dad. And he told bad jokes like Akutsuki too. Hey, that reminds me. In the middle there, he suddenly seemed like a different person. What was that all about?
The Plume of Dusk. We'd all noticed that. It was so sudden how his personality just switched. That red-haired boy could have split personalities, but the presence that I felt was bothering me a bit.
Mitsuru-san, when he reintroduced himself as Minazuki, I sensed some kind of resonation with my Plume of Dusk. What could that mean?
There is no information on that. The same goes for the power he had when his eyes turned red. Perhaps they are a result of Ikutsuki's experimentation. The entirety of the report has not been deciphered, but Ikutsuki's data does mention Minazuki's name and the Plume of Dusk. Kikuno's decoding it now.
Oh, I have it too. Kikuno-san entrusted me with it because it was an emergency.
Ah, that's fine. Either way, I was intending to share it with all of you once the report had been completely deciphered.
Well, Shuji Ikutsuki, the man who performed a countless number of inhumane experiments at the former Ergo Research, who used Mitsuru and the others even while serving as the chairman of Gekkokan High School, in who schemed to destroy the world. I could easily imagine how many victims his experiments may have created. I myself am the result of a similar process, after all. So, Shokun is another of those victims.
Hey, when he got all
Just another victim.
himself Minazuki, he said that he wasn't after revenge for Ikutsuki, right?
Correct. Based on what he said, it seems this Minazuki set this situation in motion to grant the hot-headed boy his wish for immense solitude.
And then he was talking about persona fragments.
That's right. He said that he covered the town in this red fog and was carving our personas by making us fight in it. The sense of fatigue we felt when we were on those crosses is most likely part of that same plan. Looks like we completely fell for it.
Yeah, we fell for it. We fell over.
He said that he'd gathered enough fragments of our personas, didn't he? Then...
Yes, he's most likely completed that step of the plan.
What was that part about awakening something? I mean, I can guess that it's going to be pretty dangerous, but what's he trying to call down?
I know nothing about that, but if it's similar to what we encountered at Tartarus, it's nothing welcome.
Persona fragments, huh? What in the world is he planning on using them for?
To bring about the end of the world. Is this all part of what he wants? We all sound him full of impatience and uncertainty. On top of that, the second personality gave us a word of caution as he was leaving. We need to make sure that everybody's safe as quickly as possible.
Oh, that reminds me. Yukiko and the others.
That's right! That Minazuki guy said that Yuki-chan and the people with her are in danger!
Naoto-san and Kanji-san said that they were going to Junes. According to Junpei-san, supposedly Yukiko-san and Rise-san were at the same location.
Huh? Oh, right. But those two said they were gonna go look for Kanji and the others, so I don't think they're still there. They could miss each other.
Yes, I'm concerned about them as well. Let's split into two teams. One heads to the top of the tower while the other searches for Narukami's friends. Yamagishi, perform a search and try to locate them as best you can.
Understood. I don't know how well it'll go, but I'll try searching for everyone.
Search for everyone.
Persona.
Fuka closes her eyes and concentrates, summoning her persona to search the surrounding area. Then again, this red fox seems to be able to block the search abilities a little bit, like making Teddy sneeze when he tried to use his keen nose. There's no knowing how well this will go.
So much interference. Fog might be getting thicker. Oh! I have 2 readings near Junes. That may be Kanji-kun and Naoto-kun. They seem to be moving towards Junes. And I found another 2 readings in town on the move together. Do you think that's Yukiko and Rise? Oh, I'm so worried. Oh, what the?
The what? The entire room shudders immensely and the building creaks. The one calling himself Minazuki is undoubtedly close to accomplishing his goal. Whatever it is, there isn't much time left for us.
We must hurry. Yukari, Iori, Amada, and Koromaru, you're the least wounded. You pursue Minazuki.
Yes!
I will go with Akihiko and Aigis to rescue Narukami's friends.
Understood.
Yamagishi, you remain here and back us up. Narukami's group, you're all too exhausted. I ask that you remain here and regain your strength.
I'll do everything I can to assist you.
Whoa, seriously? Will?
No, we should stay here. Fuka-san needs someone to protect her as well.
Hey, what about me? I'm perfect!
Mitsuru-san, Teddy's got a great nose, so I think he'll at least be of some use. Please let him help you find our friends.
Yes, and so that can...
Use? How rude! I'm totally useful! My babe Dar is up and running!
Kill him!
I see. That's promising. Well then, you can assist us, Teddy.
Mitsuru-san, the school and this town have both turned into labyrinths. It would be unproductive for us to search the town all in one group.
Yeah, Aegis is right. If we're all caught together again, things will get worse. Let's split into 2 teams to search faster.
All right, I can provide some guidance as well. Aigis and Teddy, you partner up. Akihiko and I will go together.
Of course.
Once Narukami's friends head for Junes. We'll regroup there and secure the area.
Woo! I get to be alone with Ai-chan? Their bodies were artificial, but their love was real. Okay, I'm in.
Kill him! I can tell that Mitsuru's leadership and quick decision making have given everyone a moral boost. Of course, her strength stems from her deep care for her friends and comrades. All our anxiety and impatience disappear as if it never existed, and we're filled with renewed determination. We all wish to protect this world. Mitsuru approaches me.
Lapis, I should ask you this now. What do you think about that young man, Sho Minazuki?
Well, I know we can't let him destroy the world and all, but I think he's the same as me. I want to see him one more time and try to talk to him. Just like you all saved me, I want to save Sho.
Ever since I was born, I was always alone, knowing nothing of love, trust, or interpersonal bonds. I was taught only how to fight, and I never considered the possibility of befriending anyone. That young man, Sho Minazuki, is exactly how I once was. That's right, and if that's the case, I should be able to save Shokun the same way I was saved.
Very well. I want you to pursue Minazuki as well. I'm counting on you, Lapis.
Okay.
With each of us given a duty to perform, we promised to reunite once this case had been solved and rushed from the room. The occasional tremors causing the building to rumble ominously are becoming more and more frequent, as if giving us an audible countdown to the end of the world. Teddy's damn squeaky footsteps. To be a continued. Heard that tune so many times, I'm used to it. After seeing my companions off, I concentrate and find everyone's locations. I have been entrusted with the task of providing support to everyone else. The ability to disseminate information among them all will be the key in navigating through this twisted labyrinth. Since I cannot fight directly, I need to help everyone as much as I can with my own abilities.
Are you all okay?
So we're reading from Fuka's point of view.
Nearby, so please concentrate on regaining your strength.
Right. Ow.
Left.
Are you okay, Professor?
Aye.
You were only rescued a little while ago. Is it okay for you to use your persona so soon?
Thank you. I'm all right. I'm sorry we dragged you into this.
Chie is concerned about me, though I'm sure that she has been badly hurt herself.
We just screwed up. We're really thankful you guys came.
In any case, let's recover as quickly as possible so we can go after Labrys and the others.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not just Chie. When the persona users of Inaba found out that I was being held captive, they all put themselves in danger to find me. It makes me truly happy to be able to fight alongside these people. Without warning, one of the caskets in the room opens with a creak and a tall man steps out of it. Blue clothes, silver hair, golden eyes. Who in the world is he? I can sense his power, but I feel no hostility from him. He doesn't seem to be a shadow. It's Theo!
Why are you screaming? We're the ones you freaked out!
Oh, I apologize. I was caught in the moment.
Those clothes. They're very similar to the dresses Margaret and Elizabeth wear.
Ah, so you are acquainted with my sisters. I am their younger brother, Theodore.
Elizabeth? That really strong girl with the book? What's her family doing here?
Well, my sister has given me a task, so I've come to the world outside. But along the way, I sensed the presence of Elizabeth nearby.
And that's how you came out of this coffin? What kind of horror flick did we walk into?
Elizabeth is close by? She's tremendously powerful, but I don't sense her at all.
Oh, she is most likely hiding her presence, so as to not hinder your journey. But I am certain that she will be watching over a battle around here. As evidence of this, please look here. There are potato chip crumbs in the bottom of this coffin, and in her favorite flavor at that.
Wow, she was hanging out in the coffin?
Well, if anyone was gonna eat potato chips in a coffin, it'd be her.
Yep.
These guys are putting kind of a damper on the urgency of this situation.
I like the local variety with the beef flavor. I can't get enough.
I am not surprised.
Potato chips!
No, we must talk about potato chips. More potato chips.
Yes, it seems I was just a tad too late. It's all right. There was merely a little something I wished to ask her.
What's that?
This is how Theodore's story goes. While out on an errand, Theodore saw a glimpse of his older sister Elizabeth. He then decided to follow her and eventually reached this tower. What he describes as being out on an errand during a situation like this seems odd, but Yuki seems to understand and said that this man's sudden appearance makes sense if he's really is related to the person he claims to be his sister. It seems that the man in blue was able to move about without being constrained by the rules that we've all been having trouble with. Could that be related to why he feels different from everyone else? Theodore wanders around the room for a bit, but eventually he seems satisfied and comes back to us.
Upon closer inspection, it seems you're all quite wounded. Forgive me for asking so brazenly, but why is it you continue to fight, even when you have been hurt to this extent?
Why?
I'm a little bewildered by the sudden question. What are we fighting this battle for?
Are you asking why we're fighting?
One moment, please.
Theodore raises a hand to stop us, then furrows his brow in thought.
Hearing it from you would be too easy. I see. Could my sister have given me this opportunity to see the outside world, to broaden my horizons?
Are you alright?
Please forgive me. It seems I have a great deal to learn for myself.
I guess he's kind of reached a conclusion.
I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It seems this is a question I must answer on my own. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be taking my leave.
Huh? You mean you're going back?
Yes, this conversation with you has been highly significant. Please, excuse me.
Alright, we're not gonna argue with her.
What the hell was that just now?
I've got no idea, but...
An extended cameo.
Wait, what now?
I'd almost forgotten. If you truly are in a great hurry to reach the top of this tower, then please make use of this door here. Well then?
What door? That is a coffin!
That was mysterious.
Yeah, Theodore asks us why we are fighting. The reason I had such a hard time finding an answer is because I couldn't find a way to putting it into words. I mean, we all have our own reasons for being here. We peek behind the coffin lid that Theodore left through and discover a set of stairs leading up. I thank the man for his brief but helpful appearance and then try to locate the others once again. Good, I can sense everyone's strong wills as they go around the school. It's reinvigorating and I feel my own spirit lifting. What I need to do right now is focus on doing my best. Hubei! I continued. In order to search for the Inaba Persona users, Mitsuru and I searched the school building for an exit out of the tower. But the interior of the building has been warped into a complex maze. I don't think we'll get out that easily.
I'm detecting a set of stairs just up ahead. Would you please try going down a floor?
Got it. Let us know if anything else comes up.
This maze is rather troublesome. We must hurry on.
Mitsuru mutters to herself after she and Fuka end their conversation, and her voice sounds tenser than usual. It looks like there's something on her mind, so I decide to talk to her.
Are you still upset at how you and his friends got caught up in this?
I am, but what truly bothers me is how I cannot get a full grasp on the Sho Minazuki character, who has been behind everything.
Are we sure he's a persona user? When he fought against Labras, he didn't use a persona.
In addition to that, the one who called himself the person behind Labras' disappearance said that he had no persona. Granted, that could have been an act to confuse us, but it still seems like a very unclear way of doing things. It's hard to believe that's what he said was just an act.
When I spoke directly with Minazuki, I saw his persona myself. This matches with what Narukami and his friends attested.
Could he have an accomplice?
An accomplice? Huh. Akihiko, this is only a hypothesis, but what if there were two Minazukis to begin with?
Two? You mean the one who called himself Sho and the one who called himself Minazuki are two different people?
No, his personalities changed before our very eyes. There's no doubt that they're the same body. But what if it's a case of multiple identity disorder? What if the two truly are completely separate personalities existing in the same body?
It'll be just like what we saw with Labris.
Separate? What do you mean?
Mitsuru-senpai, I'm detecting a shadow just up ahead of you.
Pui. Pui. We immediately end our discussion when Fuka's voice reaches us. There's only one door ahead of us at the end of the hallway. I don't see a way around whatever is in our path.
It'd be too much trouble to try to head back. Let's break through here, Mitsuru.
It seems there's no other way. The situation is growing more and more dire by the moment. We must deal with this as quickly as possible.
Wonder who it's going to be. We rush to the door and charge inside. On the other side is a normal classroom. Well, normal if you ignore the bizarre decorations all over with a blackboard lectern and rows of desks. The ace detective of Inaba is waiting for us here.
It's been a while. You two seem to have made it out of your predicament. How does it feel to have been rounded up like that?
This Naoto is a fake. There's no reason to doubt it. But it's well made. It would be hard to tell the difference unless you had shadow detecting abilities like Fuka. If the enemy's goal wasn't to carve off pieces of our personas in battle, these accurate doubles could easily have been used as weapons against us.
Enough idle conversation. Let's get this over with. We don't have a lot of time.
Bring on the ring! As I get impatient to go into battle, Mitsuru's voice stops me. Huh, true, I guess we should listen to the fake's dying words. We may be able to gain some clues after all.
There's something I want you to tell me before I slay you.
What is it? You can ask, but it doesn't.
Who created you fake people? Who is Minazuki?
That's an odd thing to ask. Didn't you meet him yourself only a few moments ago? You should ask him. And again, you won't be getting that chance as you'll never leave here.
Rock with Mitsuru here. The 2000 IQ Killjoy Detective, Naruto Shiragami.
Don't let this win get to your head. Keep training.
Right, we'll keep on training.
That was enjoyable. Please sit back and enjoy the spectacle of extinction.
Well then. With an irritating jeer, the fake Naruto begins to crumble. The red pillars disappear as well, and a set of stairs leading downwards appears inside the classroom.
Mitsuru-senpai! Akihiko-senpai! Are you alright?
Yeah, no problems on our end. The shadow disappeared before we could get any information out of it, though.
We can't waste any time. Let's keep moving while we talk.
Okay. Please head down those stairs then. That should get you out of the tower.
We follow Fuka's directions and head for the exit. Along the way, I decided to pick up our discussion on Sho's true character.
Mitsuru, back to what we were talking about earlier. It looked like Sho changed right in front of us. He switched personalities. What makes you think that it's not the ordinary form of split personality?
Do you recall the conversation in the limo about Ikutsuki's personal experiments? I said there was an indication that a plume of dust was used.
You mean the human experimentation we were talking about? It's definitely something a guy like Ikutsuki would have come up with.
Yeah.
What if Ikutsuki's experiments on Minazuki involved transplanting a plume of dust into a living person?
What? Why would he do something like that?
Why wouldn't you?
It could have been part of Ergo Research's attempts to create artificial persona users. It makes sense. It's most likely that Ikutsuki implanted a plume of dust into Minazuki in order to intentionally try to force a persona to appear. But Sho Minazuki didn't awaken to the persona ability. That much can be gathered from the fact that Ikutsuki labeled the experiment a failure.
That bastard performed terrible experiments on young children, now all for his own gain, and he called this a failure? Ikutsuki's put something strange inside a living person and simply wrote off what he did as a failure? That only proves how insane he's been.
Contrary to Ikutsuki's expectations, though, the experiment had a different result.
What? Don't tell me.
If a plume of dust was implanted into the body of a person who already had a personality, what would happen?
A plume of dust stimulates the creation of an ego. So it's not out of the question that it would create a new personality in the same body.
In other words, it wasn't split personalities in Sho's mind, but two completely different entities in the same body. The original Sho and the personality that was created when the plume of dust was put inside him now calls himself Minazuki, and maybe it's the second personality that has the ability to use a persona.
According to the records, after the operation, Minazuki entered a vegetative state after some time. Thus, Ikutsuki let go of Minazuki. He was then transported to a hospital in the suburbs of Inaba, and there are no records of Minazuki from there on. What happened from that point on, I can only speculate. But I wonder what sort of life Minazuki led after he regained consciousness.
Mitsuru's expression softens. Even if Minazuki was created by Ikutsuki, this is just one last way that Ikutsuki's ghost still haunts us. Ikutsuki's research only follows those similar experiments created by the Kirijo group. If Sho's past is as Mitsuru describes, then he's yet another victim of the Kirijo group, not just an enemy to be defeated. Not long after we pass through the main entranceway, we see a path leading to the school's main gates, which are painted in a strange pattern. Beyond that, nothing but red fog. There's no telling what state the town is in right now.
Lavra said that she wanted to speak with Minazuki. And now, so do I.
We'd better rescue Yukiko's group and get back here then.
Indeed. Let us accomplish our duties with haste.
There's no point in denying that Kirijo is partially responsible for the series of cases. That truth won't change, and it's obvious that this is weighing heavily on Mitsuru's shoulders, since she is the head of the Kirijo group now. That's why I believe I truly understand how Mitsuru felt when she made the choice to speak back from the front lines earlier. She put trust in her comrades. That's how it should be. We can count on our teammates to get the job done.
What's Yukiko's position?
I sent something southeast of there. Please be careful.
As Fuko communication cuts out, the school's building behind us makes a groaning sound. It's so loud now, I get the feeling that there isn't a lot of time left. Mitsuru and I nod to each other before we begin running towards town. To be continued. All right. We gotta go wild with Agus and Teddy.
I'm worried about Yuki-chan and Rise-chan. Hang in there, ladies. I'll come get you in no time.
Still, this hallway has been going on forever. If this continues, we will be unable to make any progress.
My lengthy time bound to the cross resulted in a serious drain of my energy reserves. My condition has deteriorated to the point where even normal maneuvers will be difficult. If we were to face another shadow, I might be at a severe disadvantage. On top of that, the young man named Sho displayed godlike abilities. My sister and the others are in pursuit of a target with the power to freeze everyone present. I can't help but worry about them. I feel my heart sinking as those thoughts raise across in my head. Teddy walks with me, peering into each of the classrooms as we pass them. Perhaps it has increased the chattiness since we left the others in an attempt to lighten the mood.
Just thinking that danger is closing in on those innocent ladies even as we speak is making my fur fall out. I'll be positively bare.
Your fur is falling out. Perhaps it is merely your shedding season.
No. I'm extremely sensitive, and I lose fur when I'm stressed. Just the other day, Kanji lured me into a trap with some ice cream. He then kept nuzzling me over and over, and I ended up with a big old bald spot on my head. It was terrible.
Wait, what? Kanji did what?
See. Kanji-san's extreme expression of love puts stress upon your fur. I will add that to my data file on you.
By the way, are you tired at all, Ai-chan? If you do feel a little logy, feel free to snuggle up against me whenever you like.
Kill him!
No, I'm more concerned for the others in town.
No, completely ignored. But I'm sure they'll be okay. My friends are really strong, you know.
You trust them, don't you?
Of course! You believe in Michan and the others too, don't you?
Yes, I do. They're all precious to me.
We're the same after all. You're sparkling too.
Sparkling?
Sparkling.
Who's nice to me, and the world where everyone that I love lives in really sparkles. And I want to protect that sparkle and help everyone out.
Teddy's large eyes are guileless and honest when he speaks of his friends. I am an anti-shadow weapon, and yet Teddy's presence is similar to those of the shadows that I have been exterminating. Does that have any importance?
Thinking about someone else strengthens your own powers. We know of that phenomenon.
So why doesn't that Minazuki guy get that? Does he not see the sparkling?
Teddy didn't declare that it's up to him to become Minazuki's friend. Eventually, we come to a door next to a sign reading music room. Teddy sniffs for some time as if searching the room, then sneezes loudly.
Achoo! Ugh. We can't get to the exit unless we go through here. By the way, won't you take a little break here? You still seem exhausted, and I'm worried about you.
Teddy looks at me with worry while he suggests that. We should have descended quite a bit by now, but there is still no sign of the exit. There's no time to hesitate, but most of all, I can't let myself become a burden either.
Thank you. You're truly kind.
Of course I am. It's basic bear etiquette.
Teddy puffs out his chest with pride as he puts his hand on the music room door, which opens and he falls in.
We're barreling in. Excuse us.
There's nothing of note in the room but a grand piano. I'm about to suggest that we take a short break here, but a warning alert me of an approaching shadow appears in my vision. This reading, it's close.
Targets acquired. An anti-shadow weapon and a shadow. Commencing elimination.
When he heard that flat mechanical voice, a giant axe instantly appears above us. In a flash, I realized that we're being ambushed, but my body's too exhausted to move like I wanted to. It's going to hit me. If I take any more severe damage, I'll be destroyed. Teddy shoves me away and I tumble to the floor. The fog and dust stir up from the impact begin to settle, and I see the giant blade embedded into the floor, right where I have been standing. Teddy had been hit by the attack meant for me. Now he's lying motionless on the floor.
Man, you're weak.
copy of my sister.
I was ordered to take part in battle, Yuki. No, not anymore. I'm gonna do whatever I want, start now.
Ai-chan, run!
Maybe the shadows were sisters. Once I'm done with ice, I'm gonna grind you down to fertilizer.
Teddy!
The axe strikes Teddy a heavy blow and he slams into a wall before sliding down in a heap. Sorry. I wasn't careful enough. The strike at Teddy was part of a combo, with the second attack anticipating that I would try to come to his aid. Though I was able to avoid a direct hit, the tip of the axe catches my leg with a dreadful noise. I stand up and prepare to dodge any further attacks, but the hit I just took has been enough to damage my leg. It won't support my weight, and I fall to my knees.
My frame's been cracked.
The copy of my sister smirks confidently and slowly approaches me. It seems to know that I am incapable of moving with any agility now. Right then, I noticed the red pillars have appeared in the corners of the room, trapping us. There's no way to escape.
I was trying to hurt you, you know? I knew you were weak in Itis. It's so easy. Just target the weakest one, and the numbers will drop on their own. These bonds are pretty useful.
It knew I was weak, and after all, I realized that I'm in severe danger right now. Soon there will be no way to prevent it from claiming Teddy and me as its victims. Up until now, I witnessed how my sister's shadow and how my sister herself fought when her heart had been disabled. That's why I thought that I had understood how to deal with this fake version of her too. When my sister was in that state, she and her shadow had fought in the same way, using her body's full potential and fueled by an inner drive to destroy. Each attack from them was a threat, but such straightforward opponents are simple to deal with. But this fake is different. She isn't berserk like a shadow, and she hasn't lost her heart. In other words, she has both cunning and power and can fight like my sister when she's in her normal state.
In other words, she knows of my special qualities as an upgraded version of her hardware, and can precisely target my weaknesses.
The biggest difference between the 5th generation Labyrinth, my sister, and me is our attack ranges. While my standard weapons are firearms, my sister has no long-range weaponry aside from some of her persona's abilities. Normally, I would have an advantage over her, provided that I'm able to keep a distance between us. My damaged leg robs me of my ability, so I can't do that right now. The fighter able to hit harder will have the upper hand here. The double must have known that and targeted my leg from the start.
I already made a mistake in the limousine, and this will be my second blunder today. If only I had been better able to deal with things.
My regrets peel from my mouth as the axe in the shadow's hand rises higher and higher. My sister's axe weighs close to a third as much as her body, and she activates boosters to deliver an even more destructive attack, speeding up her swings to truly dangerous rates. A single hit from it could be enough to put me into a helpless state. As if that wasn't bad enough, I can barely stand up as is, and I can't even aim properly.
I yearned for power so that I could protect my comrades, but
What are you wondering about? You're next, Itis. Come at me.
I couldn't respond to a sudden ambush. Those close to me have been wounded. I can't save anyone like this.
Now that I'm facing a truly desperate moment, something surges from the depths of my heart. Anger. Anger at myself and my powerlessness. I don't want to use my damage as an excuse for my death. Move, Vigus. Move! Behind the rising heat swelling within me, I understand that my battered body is unable to put up a fight. But I cannot lose. I must maintain this power, but keep my emotions under control as I determine the best course of action at the moment. Think, how can I turn this situation around? What can I do to protect my companions? A thought passes through my mind.
It seems I'll have to make use of that. I should have had maintenance done, like Fuka-san said.
The plume of dust within me flares strongly, as if responding to my heart. Right now, I would do anything if it will give me the power to fight, even if it results in shattering my own self. Please, give me the power to protect my friends.
Persona, rise up. Beginning frame coding. Stand by, EXO.
Are you still gonna try something? Sounds like you don't want to fight that. That's cool. Yeah!
The action fixed wheels flashing toward his face, and I hear the booster roar. Would jumping over it to evade it be best before I can decide? Oops. I cross my arms and take the brunt of the strike on my forearms. Violent sparks fly up in the collision, and the force of the attack travels throughout my entire body.
You saw me just like that? I'll just slice you in half.
My sister's fake stays where she is and leans heavily onto the axe, pushing it against me. My joints scream as I try to push back, and white smoke streams through the gaps in my armor. My internal sensors repeatedly report that I am operating at my maximum capacity. It's not enough. I need more power!
Ai-chan's shining. What are you doing?
Teddy seems to have been awakened by the violent sounds of our clashing and stammers as he lifts himself off the floor. I'm relieved that he's able to move, but from this point on, everything is a gamble.
Teddy, please stay away. The probability of maintaining self-control in this mode is less than 1%. I'm sorry, but I can't guarantee that you'll be safe around me. It's ready. Releasing all limiters. Extreme Orgia mode.
Extreme what mode? Sorry, this is like... Whew. We couldn't get her super. We came close, but you have to do it in the air.
I am overheating.
It was truly only coincidence that I'm still alive after releasing all that power of my Plume of Dusk. By applying my persona's materialization sequence to reinforce my body's skeletal system and armor plating allowed me to endure a fair stronger load than my components could normally handle. I suppose it truly is extreme Origa mode. My sister's double turns into a black mass and begins to melt. As it collapses into a puddle, glimmers like glow sand trickle upward out of it and disappear into the ceiling. Finally, reach Teddy and help his injured body, round body sit up.
I'm so sorry. It's my fault.
Ai-chan, you were so cool. I regret nothing. Please, take care of Yosuke.
Bleh!
Teddy!
Well, so much for his death sequence. The building begins to creak, the structure groaning like a giant, and the entire tower begins to quake as well. Both the creaking and tremors are getting stronger compared to what we had felt earlier. That doesn't sound good. In addition, a beastly howl thunders down from above. What is that? Is there a voice? Could it have come from much higher than the room where we rescued Mitsuru? Teddy's eyes snap open at the eerie sound.
What was that?
I don't know, but it seems a great power is trying to awaken.
Someone please respond.
Just in a desperate plea, cluttered by interference, speaks out in my mind. That voice is Risi Kujikawa's. It's difficult to hear due to the interference, but there's no mistaking it. The communication seems to be coming from quite a distance outside of this building.
Risi-chan, you're okay! Oh, I'm so glad!
Teddy? Teddy, is that you? Where are you right now? Are you hurt?
I'm in the tower that appeared at school. I'm with Ai-chan, so I'm okay. I think.
Ai-chan? You mean Aigasa-san? Aigasa-san, please listen. There's a ton of red fog swirling around the top of that tower right now.
Where are you, Rise-san? Can you see this place from there?
Yuki Senpai and I are in town searching for but we can't get out because there's a horde of shadows closing in.
The message is cut off before we can hear the entire thing. From what it sounds like, Rise and Yukiko appear to be in town together just as expected. If she said horde and shadows so close together, they must be facing a dangerous situation.
We have to go at once! Rise-chan, we're coming for you! Ow, 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 ow!
Please wait, Teddy. We've both been damaged quite badly. If we move now, we'll likely be in danger.
Yeah, that's true. But I just can't sit here and wait. Owie! My back!
Teddy was surely wounded quite badly, but knowing his friends are in danger, he seems unable to contain himself and attempts to force himself up to his feet. I feel the same way. I must relate to everyone what Rise said about the school as soon as I can. When I approach the window to find out where we are, I see two figures leaving the school building.
That's Mitsuru-san and Akihiko-san.
Thank goodness! They managed to get out before us.
I can understand why you want to hurry, but those two are attempting to rescue the others as well. Let's proceed with caution so that we can meet up with them quickly.
Mysteriously, I can still move as well. Even though my frame has reached the very limits of its operational tolerances and my joints creak ominously, the sheer strength of my emotion to save my friends forces my body into action. If Teddy and I feel the same way, I'm sure we can keep moving.
Got it! Ow! Anyway, let's move! I'm getting fired up! Let's do this! Onward!
As they say, yeah!
Who says? I can't help but smile at Teddy's enthusiasm. We leave the music room and the wreckage left behind from our recent battle and run down the hallway towards the exit. To be! I continued. Alright. The rush to Eunice. We run at top speed through the fog enveloping the town of Inaba. Not a single soul can be found outside. The sight reminds me of nothing more than the dark hour. Akihiko must feel the same way as he runs beside me.
Mitsuru, how are Aigis and Teddy doing? They must have gotten out into the town by now.
You're right. Let me search for them.
Why are you calling him Teddy? I concentrate and search the area for a reading. My search ability only has a limited range. To make matters worse, the images that appear in my mind have severe interference, likely caused by the strange red fog. This fog seems to be a symbolic of Minazuki's solitude, as if trying to sever our connections to one another.
I found them in the town shopping district. We'll be able to catch up with them quickly.
Alright, let's
How did I get ahead of them?
Then we can compare notes.
Fortunately, Agus and Teddy appear to be very close by. We hurry towards the readings in an effort to meet up with the others.
Ow! My back still hurts. Getting old sucks.
He ain't wrong.
Age, Teddy? I don't.
Oh, and by the way, there's something I've been meaning to ask you, Ai-chan. Is there anyone you like?
Kill him!
What do you mean?
Come on, you can't fool me. If you don't have anyone, then you and me should...
Igus, Teddy.
Michan! Aki!
Akihiko-san, Mitsuru.
Thank you, Akihiko. Yeah, thank you just for cutting Teddy off.
Both beaten.
I was careless. We were ambushed by an enemy and suffered severe damage.
Though they're acting brave, it's obvious at a glance that both Teddy and Igus have been severely injured. It's clear that they won't be able to fight properly for a while.
Is someone... Please respond.
Rise-chan! I hear you! Talk to your lover bear!
Is that you, Kujikawa? We can hear you.
That voice. Mitsuru-san? Thank goodness. I heard you were captured.
Yes, but we're fine now. I'm sorry to have worried you. Where are you right now?
Yukiko-senpai and I went out to look for Kanji and the others, but the town's turned into a maze. I lost track of them while we were getting our bearings. We're thinking about heading back to Junes right now.
Alright, keep going to Junes. We'll head over too, so we'll meet you there. Tatsumi and Shirogane should have arrived already.
Understood. Please be careful.
Alright, now that that's decided, we need to hurry. Igus, Teddy. Can you go on?
Leave it to me to guide you to Junes. I'll use my nose and...
Chew! Yeah. Teddy appears to have sensed something. He turns and looks at a shape that appears further down in the shopping district. After all that's happened, do they still intend to make us fight? It wasn't me, it was the bear. No, from here on, they're doing this just to buy time. The shape ahead draws closer, and I see it's a double of Sadonaka. There's no need to worry about whether this is the real one or not.
You left everyone else inside and ran away? What happened to all that fun stuff? Oh, maybe they just don't need you anymore. I guess you're the runs of the litter.
I was just sneezing in to convey the story.
A fake Chie-chan! Bears have packs, not litters, and we're not runts!
It's fine, Teddy. Let it say whatever it wants.
I stop Teddy as he tries to lash out in response to the fake Satanika's harsh words. No problem, Redneck, but I do appreciate it. It's true that we made a mistake in being captured by the enemy before this started, but still...
This time, but we have our comrades. Even if one of us was to fall, the rest of us can complement each other. My standing here right now is a result of the trust we have for one another. I will carry out my duty, and you will be stopped.
With my thoughts of my comrades who left for the top of the tower at the forefront of my mind, I grab hold of the hilt of my rapier. No matter what taunts these shadows have for me, my heart will not be shaken. My comrades have my back, like a butt crack. All I have to do is keep proceeding onward.
No. We will protect this world. We will not lose to the likes of you.
We're the most powerful lineup ever! We'll prove that we've got the upper claw here!
The two of them are so hurt that I'm surprised they can even move. But the fire in their eyes is stronger than ever. I sense their will to fight shining through. Such admirable resolve. We will take on this burden in their stead. Next to me, Akihiko slams his fist into the palm of his other hand, and he steps in front of Igus and Teddy.
I was hoping for a chance to fight about now. Felt myself getting rusty. The rest of you you can sit back and watch.
This tournament is foolish, but I was given one of your insipid toys. It's time I showed you the power of the Execution Queen.
Ooh. Let's go, Mitsuru, because show the power of the Execution Queen. He's the spunky dragon with the deadly legs. Chiei Satonaka!
Finally!
Kneel before me! You have time to go.
No need to rush. Let me see.
Ooh!
An elegant finish.
We don't even turn back to look at the melting shadow anymore. We rely on Teddy's nose and run with all our speed through the red fog towards Eunice.
There! Come on! Everyone hurry!
We eventually see the large store that I had last been in when we exited the TV world. This building must normally be quite lively with customers, but now it looms with an eerie silence within the dim red fog.
Our rendezvous point is on this building's rooftop. Everyone remain in contact while searching for Kujikawa and the rest. Stay alert.
Today is great at your Eunice. A monitor on the side of the road flickers, and that General Teddy suddenly appears on the screen.
What the? You again, you phony bear! What do you want now? Thanks for coming all the way out to such a remote place. Did you enjoy the P1 climax? There were so many touching battles this time. But, too bad for you. Unfortunately, you've all served your purposes already.
What do you mean by that?
Just what I said! When you fought, you released fragments of your personas, and I've gathered more than enough of them. Thus, there's no reason to keep you persona users alive any longer. Prepare to be swallowed by a surge of shadows!
Oh, once General Teddy finishes, the monitor shuts off. Silence fills the area once again.
What is the shaking?
With a thundering war of vicious black liquid geysers shoot up from everywhere, the black waves surround us, whirling madly, and begins to close in.
There are so many shadows. They're going to attack. Please, be careful.
Cheap bastards. Come! Persona!
Akihiko's persona, Caesar, swings his sword towards the approaching black wave. The mass of shadows retreats for a moment, like a receding tide, then immediately surges towards us like a tidal wave.
Artemisia!
Persona!
Initiating summon sequence. Athena.
We summon our personas one after another and have no choice but to fight back. If things are this bad out here, I have to worry about Kujikawa and the others who are inside. We must get inside as soon as possible and meet up with them. But the horde of shadows pours forth without stopping, giving us no respite. Even the entrance to Junes has been completely covered with the black mass. If this becomes a drawn-out battle, then obviously we'll be at a disadvantage. I feel a sense of listlessness after being on that cross. I'm severely exhausted. Even I get Nakahiko moving less nimbly than usual. Teddy fights on as if trying to protect the three of us, but he is injured as well. He won't last forever.
If this keeps up.
Rise-chan, Yuki-chan, Nao-chan, I'll be right there.
More shadows incoming. They're not stopping.
Where was he hiding this many shadows?
My vision begins to darken as if layers of gauze are being wrapped around my eyes, and I feel more tired than ever. Though each shadow may be inconsequential on its own, the sheer strength of numbers are too much to contend with. My arms drop to my sides and I can't lift them anymore.
Hey, hang in there!
Nichan! Watch out!
Mitsuru-san!
Come on, can't you pull it together? I really don't want to get involved here, you know?
Oh, Adachi! What the? As the sound echoes out, my vision returns to that shape moving towards us, mowing down the horde of shadows. Was that just a persona attack? The shadows that have been overwhelming us retreat and a path opens towards the Junes entrance.
You are...
Oh man, you guys look terrible. That's what you get for sticking your noses into places they don't belong.
The newcomer is a man who speaks languidly while scratching at the back of his neck. That persona attack must have come from him. He looks familiar. The serial murder case that took place in Inaba last year. I try to remember the name of the former detective who had been arrested as a suspect.
Are you Toru Adachi?
Yeah, he is.
What? I thought Adachi was in police custody.
He was.
I'm famous now. You're Mitsuru Kirijo, right? I guess the rest of these people are your subordinates.
What's Adachi baby doing here? Wait, you must be a fake too.
Huh? You too? A fake? Yeah, that's it. I'm a fake.
Everything about his response radiates insincerity. He seems to be an intelligent but shrewd man. But for right now, it doesn't matter if this man is a fake or not. What matters is why such a person will go out of his way to help us.
Why did you save us?
It wasn't just for you. If you died here, it'd be trouble for me. I have to obey the rules.
Rules?
Never mind, I'm just rambling. Still, isn't this an impressive number of shadows? I bet you'd really be able to get up to something fun with this many. Like, oh, say summoning up a god or something?
Summoning a god? Is that what that show guy is doing?
So this horde of shadows seems to have been gathered here by the other Minazuki after all. He's intending to use him to awaken a godlike being. Or what he called his world is one where that being has descended. But that will result in the fall under destruction.
If this many shadows were to head over to that tower and start wrecking shit, that building wouldn't stand a chance, would it? Plus, anyone inside would be in for some real trouble, wouldn't they? Well, it's not like it matters to me.
Hey, you got it right there.
Good luck or whatever. Aren't the rest of your friends in here at Junes? You kids love crowding together after all. Don't you think you'll win with those numbers?
Hey, stop! Where do you think you're going?
Don't, Teddy. I know you want to go after him, but we're all exhausted right now. You need to prioritize meeting up with your friends.
Toru Adachi doesn't even look back at Teddy and begins walking at a leisurely pace in the direction of Yashigami High. We quickly lose sight of him as he becomes lost in the muddy stream of shadows.
Toru Adachi. At the very least, he didn't seem to be a fake made from a shadow.
Is he scheming something after all?
No matter what his aims were, it's true that we were saved in the end.
Save thinking about it for later. We need to hurry.
As I said, I definitely want to see, do Adachi's story. We run along the path to Junes' entrance that had been created for us by Adachi Strike and rush inside into the store and up the stairs. The gushing shadows had entered the building as well, but they are far fewer in number than they have been outside, and aren't much of a hindrance. Eventually, the stairs end, and we see the door that opens to the rooftop food court. In the food court beyond, a horde of shadows had regained its intensity and continue flooding in one after another. 4 Persona users from Inaba are fighting them. Even though they are experienced, fierce fighters and have survived many tough situations, it seems they are having a hard fight against the sheer volume of these shadows.
Damn it! Getting more intense again. There's no end to this.
You can't give up. Mitsuru-san and her people should arrive soon.
They're here!
We can't lose somewhere like this.
Rise-chan, Now-chan, Yuki-chan! I'm so glad you're all okay!
Hey, what about Kanji?
Right now!
Oh, Teddy! And Mitsuru-san, too!
Teddy should have been considerably exhausted and injured, but seeing the faces of his friends must have given him strength. He darts towards his friends as fast as his little legs can carry him, and joins their battle line. They are united by a strong bond as well. We can't fall behind either.
Hey! You intentionally left me out, didn't you?
Yes, he did.
You're loud as always. You still have a lot of energy left. You don't go down easy, but I see you're barely hanging on.
Don't underestimate me. Half your stuffing's hanging out anyway, so you don't get to say anything.
Sorry we're late. You did well in keeping him at bay. We'll join in the fight.
With a sense of relief at seeing everyone we have been unable to locate, we quickly tell them of our situation and check on their conditions. It's clear that all of them are tired and injured, but now that our numbers have doubled, we should be able to make up for that by cooperating with each other. Rotating folks in and out. As it turns out, we are slowly but surely able to push back the seemingly endless torrent of shadows.
We can do this! There's enough of us here now that I'm sure we can win!
It's too early to be relieved yet. The shadows all over town are converging on that tower. At this rate, our senpai in there will be...
Shirogane is right. If we are held up here, we won't be able to aid those who have headed up the tower. If the shadows are gathering within the intent to climb that tower, then we have to take the chance of returning to the tower ourselves to intercept them.
But considering the sheer number of shadows, that would be too dangerous.
Mitsuru-san, Ken-kun has given me the details. This case has many similarities with Shuji Yakutsuki's plan. I believe the culprit has the same intent. And considering the current situation with these hordes of shadows, the time is nigh.
Shobunatsu calls Shuji Kutsu's father, and then there's also what Toru Adachi mentioned. There's certainly enough circumstantial evidence. And this time Naoto speaks of, it's nothing less than the end of the world.
Do we have no choice but to entrust this to the others here? Isn't there something we can do, Mitsuru-san? This isn't the time to argue, Mitsuru-san. We have to go.
What's there to worry about, Mitsuru? There's only one option here.
Everyone wants to return to the tower, completely disregarding their own safety. Not a single one of us is afraid to volunteer, even in this desperate situation. In addition, we've been forestalled again and again since this started. It seems that my position as the leader of the Shadow Operatives has put me on the defensive without my noticing it. We have to go on the offensive now that we have the strength to do so.
Everyone, listen up. The shadows are likely gathering at that tower.
No shit, Sherlock!
To bring about the coming of a god with the power to destroy the world.
I think that was already established.
At all costs. Fujikawa, will you lend me your strength? We'll combine our communication abilities to contact Yamagishi. They need to be told of the danger.
The first step is to make contact. Attack the other 6 with making sure that the area is secure, then take Fujikawa's hand. We both feel a familiar tension, distinct from what we feel in battle, as we focus our thoughts and concentrate on the tower.
Persona.
Though the situation is truly chaotic and the end of the world is drawing near, the vision that appears in my mind is surprisingly clear. To think that Fujikawa's communication ability is this powerful, it's equal to Yamagishi's. I've also been told that it's evolved to the point that she can participate in combat now. These persona users of Inaba have great potential hidden within them. That's right, we have the obligation to protect this town, their future.
Fukusan is somewhere around the middle of the tower?
As well as basically the plot being established for Persona 5 with this game. There's a reading of something approaching at high speed from the fog-filled sky. Eventually, the rhythmic sound of a helicopter reaches our ears. A large helicopter with Kijiro group markings approaches us out of the fog. The pilot must be...
That's you there, isn't it, Kikuno? Respond at once.
Lady Mitsuru, thank goodness you're safe.
What are you doing there? This airspace is dangerous. You must withdraw at once to a safer area.
You're all putting your lives at stake by fighting. I refuse to shame myself by withdrawing.
I can only smile at the way Kakino refuses my direct order. She won't hesitate to risk herself for my sake. That's never changed at all.
There's something I must tell you at once. We've decoded more of the records from Shuji Ikutsuki that I gave to Labrison. We've reached a point where there is a description that seems to be hinting at the security code. If we can solve it, we may be able to fully unlock it. The clues to the password are my true form that I should take, and the one written of in the prophecy.
Prophecy and true form? Could this be about what happened back then?
Tsuru, I have to remember. That insanity Ikutsuki was a slave to. Remember the speech he gave us?
I don't. I've never played Persona 3. I can never forget that night 3 years ago. The night where we cast into the depths of despair. Ikutsuki looked down on us all with insanity in his eyes and told us of his own ambitions.
He said he would become a king in the new world. With that in mind, what he strived to become, his self-professed true form.
The new world that Shuji Ikutsuki strove for. A world where everyone beside himself had been changed into a shadow. What did he believe his true form would be?
King of the Fog.
There's no mistake, those words symbolize the distorted ambitions Ikutsuki had become obsessed with and what he truly believed he would become.
That's it! The password was accepted, and the file's been unlocked. I'm opening the file now.
There's no time to wait for an analysis. Fujikawa, let's try again. We need to get this information to Labyrinth through Yamaguchi.
We direct our search in the direction of the tower once more and detect Yamagishi. Near her are a number of other readings that appear to be in combat. They are Narukami's, Satonaka, and Hanamura. It seems they're all fighting valiantly to protect Yamagishi. Though they have been injured, I sigh in relief, sensing that they've made a recovery. We immediately open communications with Yamagishi and relay our situations. According to Yamagishi, the sudden swarm of shadows in town have begun pouring into the tower as well. We then pass on our own conclusions, the reason for the horde of the shadows, and our information on the password. Even Yamagishi seems lost for words at hearing this, but she quickly recovers herself.
So that's why all these shadows have been flooding in. We'll stop them here as well. I'll tell Labrys about that password at once. Please be careful, Mitsuru-senpai.
Everyone looks towards me once the communication ends. They're waiting for a word from me with such impatience, but don't worry, I understand.
We will now head to the tower to aid those who are still in there. We'll have to force our way in. We will combine the strength of our personas and fight our way through.
As they say, that's what I'm talking about.
Thank you, I guess.
Starting to get interesting. I'm getting pumped up.
All right. If that's the plan, then it's time to bust out all our skills. Better not fall behind, Tet.
Rawr!
Wait for it, Sensei! Wait for me, Labby-chan! There's no need to fear with my tremendous strength!
Right. Labrys and Chia are fighting too, so I can't just stay here.
The moment we were about to step towards the tower, I noticed the black silhouette of a vehicle lowering its altitude close enough to graze the horde of shadows.
Kikuno, you need to leave Inaba and stand by until we contact you again.
No, my lady.
This helicopter is loaded with two 7.62mm Gatling guns, 19 continuous rounds of 70mm rocket ammunition, as well as a 30mm chain gun.
That's a lot of armament.
Though these cannot damage shadows, they will be useful in preventing their advancement and providing you with some measure of backup.
Don't be ridiculous. It's too dangerous. You're...
Lapperson asked me why someone who couldn't use a persona would risk their life to go to a place where shadows appear. No matter how slight it may be, I can still provide some assistance to you all. I have been prepared to risk my life from the start. My lady, I have my own battles to fight.
She wants to kick ass? Let her.
I'm gonna repeat the same mistake.
Right. It doesn't matter how strong or weak you are. I pushed Narukami and his friends away with me, and now I'm doing the same to Kikuno. Kikuno, I accept your determination. Aid us from the helicopter. We must reach that tower at all costs.
Understood. I will see you there safely, even if it costs me my life. Let us depart.
Hikuno's helicopter rotates in place to face the direction we will be proceeding in. With a tremendous concussion, a rain of bullets showers down on the massive shadows, splashing bits of blackness everywhere, or every which way. The wave that had been completely covering the road loses its intensity and begins to retreat.
Right. All right.
Come! Persona! Go!
Persona!
Here goes!
A line of sparkling light runs into the wave of shadows, accompanied by a roaring sound. We can do this. We nod to each other and leap one after another into the newly opened path. We must head to the tower where our comrades are fighting, so that I can carry out so we can all carry out our duties. To be continued. All right. So from here, it's a straight. It is essentially a straight line, but I am going to take a break. I am going to call my mom, check up on her, and so forth. And she's how she's doing. Chances are she might be asleep, but we'll see. I'm also raid the kitchen as well. So we'll be back in a few minutes, folks, with more Persona 4 Arena Ultimax. And back. Welcome back, everybody. The update on Mom. Turns out, this would explain why I couldn't reach her the last couple of nights at 9 o'clock during the break. They've been giving her part of her medication at 8 o'clock, and it puts her to sleep. It knocks her out. So I'm aware of the medication that they give her to some extent, and some of it that'll make her drowsy, go to sleep and everything. So tonight I kind of woke her up. So, but at the very least, I always like to check up on her a few times. So at the very least, at the facility that she's at now, it is better at making sure that she's getting her medications on time, because when she was in the hospital, I could call almost any time and be able to reach her. But she didn't sound like to be in any pain. So there's that. So what we got here, grab me a little Jell-O cup. Grab me a thing of crackers. And I grabbed me a fresh bottle of Gatorade. Yeah, I have a case that's Gatorade H2O. I can prefer water, but well, I have it. Might as well drink it, right? Okay, where are we? So knowing it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Yeah, so there is. We got a ways to go here. The 5 of us who have been entrusted with pursuing Shokun are proceeding towards the top of the tower. How many floors have we climbed already? Deserted hallways and classrooms appear at every turn. There's no sign of us reaching the end.
The quakes are growing more and more frequent. I guess this means that time is running out.
You know, that Minazuki guy talked about making his world. But how is he going to do that?
If we presume he's following in Akutsuki's footsteps, then he's going to gather shadows, merge them, and summon some great power. You mean that thing Minazuki-kun was talking about?
What do you think, Junpei? I mean, you've been surprisingly quiet. Are you not feeling well?
Huh? Nah, I'm fine. Coaches are well trained, you know. I guess it's just that I'm feeling all tense. All this end of the world stuff isn't anything to joke about. I've got people waiting for me. Like the kids have a game coming up next week, so there's no way I can lose here.
Stupei's being serious for once. Looks like he's grown up a bit. I guess I should learn from his example.
This coming from the Power Ranger.
Junpei has leveled up. You don't want the world to end either, do you, Labby-chan? You just woke up after all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This world after I met everyone. I've got to do my best.
Here goes again. Wait, didn't we see this classroom earlier? I feel like the fog's getting thicker too.
Won't be good if this comes up. Since we can't get a communication with Fuka-san, we don't even know what's around us.
No matter how far we go, the maze of the fake Yoshigami High just keeps going and going. I can tell you, there's nothing but fog as far as the eye can see. We're starting to get flustered because we can't tell how high up we're going.
Come on, keep your cool. Getting all aggravated won't do us any good.
You're so positive as always, Junpei-san.
You think so? I think you've changed, though. You've gotten taller, too.
Huh?
Why do you sound so relieved?
I've been wondering if I hadn't changed at all. I made a promise to Mitsuru-san that I'd live life like a child.
What's that supposed to mean?
Is that hard to do or something? It's difficult. I don't know what it's like to be a child, so I wasn't sure if I should keep doing what I've been doing.
Huh. I guess being an adolescent boy is difficult.
You should just live your life the way you are. I mean, you are a kid.
That's right. You can't trust Mitsuru Senpai's idea of childhood.
Can you even imagine what she was like when she was a kid?
A total brat.
Oh, you're right, I can't. It's impossible for common people like us. Speaking of children, that show dude is the perfect example of a spoiled brat. One moment he's joking around, and the next he's incredibly pissed off.
Yeah. What would someone have to go through in order to make them seriously consider destroying the world? What happened to him?
When the topic shifted to show, Koromaru passes a spy and stops before one of the doors.
What's up, Koromaru-san? There's something bothering you about this classroom?
Hey, Striker. When I approach the door that Koromaru is barking at, I see stairs leading up to the inside the classroom. And it turned out I wasn't the only one who was hoping that this was the place. Junpei quickly opens the door and we step inside. Aside from the staircase, the room seems like a normal everyday classroom. Desks are lined up in rows and a blackboard dominates the front wall. I can't help but be reminded of my own yearning to go to school and live life as a human. Even at a time like this, I smirk a bit at myself just as I'm about to follow everyone to the stairway. I am. Now, when we start playing either one of those games, I'm not sure yet.
Teddy, we finally found you.
As my told me, when we escaped from near the grid, General Teddy is completely different from the real Teddy we encountered earlier. And even though the scene has an ominous air about him, I check him with my sensor just in case. No, this isn't a normal shadow reading. What in the world is this?
This is getting out of hand. So I, General Teddy, will face you myself. Now bring on the ring.
I was unaware. He hasn't made the news at all. So, when General Teddy lifts his little hand up, the familiar red pillars appear in the four corners of the classroom. The tension running through the air pushes the concerns from my mind. There's no time to think about that. I have to prepare to fight.
Now, it's time to have some fun. Those who hinder the creation of my world shall all perish here.
Whoa, someone's got a big mouth. My world? This has been our world from the start. We're not just gonna let you destroy it that easily.
Destroy? I will not destroy it. This will be a new...
No, if he was a bench player, those numbers would be decent.
where only I will live.
Only you? What about show?
Can't beat good old-fashioned Ritz crackers.
The vessel will soon be complete. Nothing you can do at this point serves any purpose.
We won't know that unless we try. Koromaru!
Like hell we're gonna let you start anything like that.
Let's take this guy down and move on.
Oh, Junpei. We're a month away from spring training. Home run! Suter is going to be the next god? Sweet. I haven't played some... I really should do those 10 matches in Smite. Knock those out.
That was the limit of this temporary body. I've bought enough time.
Magic the Gathering? Oh. Wait, they actually have characters in Magic the Gathering that they could use as skins?
Huh? You're not gonna melt now?
As Junpei noticed, the fakes we've defeated up until now have lost their shapes quickly after being defeated, melting into a black ooze before disappearing completely. But the General Teddy is just as confident as he was before the battle.
I knew it. You're different from the other fakes. Who are you?
They're just gonna be skins. With like no dialogue.
General Teddy, who else? Well then, bye-bye, you pesky vermin!
Hey! Get back here!
General Teddy swirls his cape about him with a laugh and disappears, vanishing into the thin air.
He said something about a vessel being completed. Wasn't that kind of suspicious?
Yeah, it must mean that we don't have any time left, and when we defeated that General Teddy, he didn't disintegrate like the other fakes.
There must be more to this case.
Ken is right. General Teddy is different from the fakes that we've been running into up until now. Plus those words he said before fighting. Now that he said he makes this his world, and Sho talked about my world, and yet General Teddy said... The quaking starts again. The blackboard and the podium rattle loudly, and some of the decorations on the wall fall down. You got the... Oh, you did 10 matches? Oh, yeah, I saw that you were playing it because I get the notifications in the Discord. The building shakes strongly for a long time. Plus, I think I've seen like Steam notifications pop up.
You're very close. I'm getting a strong reading just up those stairs.
When we hear Fuka's statically communicate, we feel a sense of tension fill us. We steer ourselves and make our way up the stairs in the classroom. At the end of the long straight set of stairs, we find a door. When we open that heavy, cold door, we see... The hazy moon immediately grabs our attention. It seems much closer than when we had seen it while wandering the town. And then there are countless crosses. The same as the ones that Misuru and the others have been bound to. These crosses are scattered around the ovoid area we find ourselves in.
No way. Is this place...
Is this the moon viewing tower from Gekkokan High?
It really feels like we're outside with the strong wind blowing towards us. This must be a landing jutting out from the side of the tower. I see a number of oddly shaped objects around. From one of these places, I see a black shape flying towards us. When it lands, I see Sho Minazaki.
That's right. It's where you killed Ikutsuki. This time, it'll be the place where you all die. See, I've already written what's going on your tombstones. It's some real poetical literature. Just kidding.
Shokun, please stop this! Even if you do it, it'll change nothing! Is this all because you hate us? Because we stopped Ikutsuki?
You really don't ever shut up, do you? I already told you that I don't give a shit about some dead guy. I'm doing this because it's fun. Watching you all freak out is hilarious. You're nothing but goddamn pests that can't do anything on your own. So I can't stand you buzzing around.
Yet he caused them to be buzzing around.
Spoke to me and said you should just destroy the world. Isn't that the greatest suggestion ever?
Let's stop this. You keep saying Ikutsuki doesn't matter to you, but he's all you've been talking about this whole time.
What was that, bitch? Ikutsuki was a worthless ass who did whatever he wanted to be and still ended up dead. That's all. I don't give two shits about someone like him.
Clearly he does give two shits.
Shokun, you're only running from your problems. You shouldn't turn away from your true self. Shokun, come back with us. None of us hold any of this against you. Did you see what happened before?
Hey, Phil Kimchi, happy birthday!
But they still accept me. You're just
So would you be... You're here, you're also sleepy.
have to do this.
Shut up, shut up,
Well, Kimchi's been getting a lot of streaming in, most recently playing World of Warcraft. His flustered rant suddenly breaks off. The X-shaped scar behind his red bangs is glowing a dull reddish-white. I already know what this means.
How far must you go in attempting to ruin this plan?
You're Minazuki, huh?
Unfortunately, the borrowed power has been exhausted. From here on, I have to deal with you myself.
An emotionless, icy glare pierces us. Minazuki, the one who awakened with Shoku and to use his own words, the one who grants his wishes.
It's him again. Are we really sure that he doesn't have split personalities?
I concentrate carefully on his presence. This isn't just a new facet of the same person. This is a completely different presence than before. The reaction from my plume of dusk is even stronger now. I can see it clearly. Sho has a plume of dusk within his body.
Minazuki-kun, what I said goes for you too. You're the same as me. What you are is the plume of dusk itself.
That's right. Ikutsuki had a plume of dusk.
Bum, 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 bum.
I knew it.
However, I still have no love for that man. After all, he tried to have me erased.
Erase you?
Yes.
Erased him?
He was nothing more than a threat. He was using this boy only to throw him away later. But this boy was something different. He suggested that we try to act exactly like Ikutsuki. He created fake Ikutskis. He even went so far as to gain access to the Kirijo servers to try to gain more information about Ikutsuki.
Then you were the hacker Kikuno-san told us about.
But Ikutsuki, the only other person this boy knew, had already died by the time the boy awoke from his coma. All that was left to him was the truth. That man had tossed him aside like a piece of trash.
Tragic.
Seriously?
Since then,
For real?
everything on his own. He had no help, met rejection at every turn. There was nowhere to go, and no one to turn to. You all believe that everyone is surrounded by other people just like you. But that in itself is only the beginning of this world's failures. The world holds no worth for this boy. Sho Minazuki was thrown into this world all alone, and he wished that everything besides himself would disappear. Then all I must do is grant him that wish.
Maybe it's ironic for someone like me to say this, but Minazuki's voice sounds like a machine, completely emotionless. Perhaps, even though he was a personality created by the Plume of Dusk, he may have been trying to save Sho in his own way. But even if that was the case...
No, that's not what Shokun really wishes for. What you're doing won't save him. Even if you don't know how, or if you end up hurting others, human interaction can change people.
Labrys.
Silence, puppet. What would a thing like you know of this boy?
That's right, I ain't human. But neither are you. You're just using his body while you try to destroy the world. You don't care what he feels at all. I ain't like you. No matter how much it hurts or how much suffering it causes, I love this world.
Labrys is fired up.
Wow, well said. Great job, Labrys.
Right. What he's saying just sounds like he's running from his problems.
It doesn't matter if you're fully human or not. We're all standing here because of how we clashed with others and gained acceptance.
There's nothing more to say. Persona, you have gone too far. Sit in shame of your own ignorance as you await the moment of your destruction.
Minazuki slowly draws his two swords. While he stares at us with unblinking murderous intent, the persona behind him also reaches for readies for battle.
Save Shokun. And to do that, we'll defeat you.
We're going Labrys. This is her story. We gotta go Labby. Perfection. It was like the persona wearing the golden mask disappears as if melting into thin air. But the defeated master of the persona doesn't appear to be as wounded as he should be. He looks up into the sky with somewhat absent-minded expression.
I've lost.
You didn't even get a hit off, bro.
The vessel will still be completed. You will not stop the creation of this boy's world.
He must have taken an immense amount of damage. No normal person should be able to even move after taking a beating like that, and yet Minazaki is trying to stand up. A certain thought crosses my mind. The will to stand and fight for someone else, no matter how wounded you may be. How Yukari and the others rushed to Inaba with me to rescue Mitsuru's team when they had been captured. How you and his friends are fighting to protect this town. Minazuki's reason for fighting is no different from ours.
Minazuki-kun, so you do understand.
Not another word out. I won't let anyone get in the way.
The reaction from the plume of dust has been fading, but suddenly it grows fierce and powerful, making the air around him tremble. He's still...
Tsukiyomi!
Whoa! Look out! You guys!
His persona appears and sweeps the area around him, causing the breeze to rain down upon us. I've definitely enjoyed doing the full dialogue on this one, or at least all the in-between dialogue. All the voice,
This isn't good!
Lapras!
The instant Minazuki disappears above us, another quake hits. This one is so severe that we can barely stay standing. Every surface begins to undulate like a living being, and large cracks run through the floor. One crack spreads into an actual crevice, separating me from the others. From beneath our feet, lost from view in the fog gathering around the tower, something dark is rushing towards us with a deafening roar.
Is that a horde of shadows?
It's the shadows of Horde. On the opposite side of the cliff from me, Ken and Koromaru summon their personas to fight the horde of shadows. Yukari and Junpei follow suit. It's an insane number of shadows. The horde of shadows crawls up towards us, making the tower's outer wall appear to be a swirling black mass. Soon Yukari and the others will be...
Lapras, go! Huh? Don't look back, there's no time!
Woof, woof, woof.
We know what it's like to have to say goodbye, but you'd better come back to us.
That's right. I want to save him just like everyone saved me. If I don't go after him this instant, I'll never get another chance. A set of stairs leading up into the red fog is ahead of me. I can pursue him now.
Thank you! I will protect this world!
And I'll do it for the sake of everyone else, no matter what. I charge up the long winding staircase, up so far that I feel as if these stairs will continue all the way to the top, up to the moon itself. What is waiting for me at the top? To be continued. The The higher I climb, the thicker the red fog seems to get. The sounds of battle below me fade away as I go further and further up. Suddenly, a deep blue shape appears in my red-tinged vision. I stop.
Oh my. It seems we meet again, Lapras.
You're Theodore, right?
Where's Alvin and Simon?
I don't think she's around here, though.
No, I have stopped looking for her. Even had I found her, what I wish to know can no longer be learned from her. What I yearn for is something that I must discern for myself. You all have taught me that.
Huh. I guess you've changed a little too, Theodore?
Do I seem so? Watching you has broadened my spectrum a bit. No, a great deal.
Yeah. I figured something out during all this fighting, too.
Oh? May I ask what that is?
Oh, sure. It ain't anything mind-blowing, though. I just felt that the bonds you form with people get passed along and only keep spreading.
I see. That is intriguing.
Yukun and the others got hurt trying to save me. I want to save Shokun, even if it hurts me. We all keep butting heads over and over.
We got a headbutt. Bum, bum,
But
bum.
the matter of friendship ain't just for show. It's what lets you go against someone while still trusting in them.
My, how surprising. Your expression is completely different from the last time I met you.
You think so? I can't tell for myself.
There's no doubt. You've likely grown during these events. That must be it.
Grown.
I'm a machine. I have a cold metallic body, and it'll be entirely before that changes. But if Theodore says that I've grown, then he must be talking about my heart. The warm memories that everyone has given me. It's not just some data that was inserted into my memory. It's ingrained into me, somewhere much deeper within myself.
I was thinking to myself as well. What is the reason you fight? What supports you? And what do you wish to protect through these battles? I have a feeling that I'm coming close to reaching the answer, even if I only have a faint idea for now.
Huh?
Doing something for someone else. All of you gathered here are connected by that common thread of emotion. You call them bonds, and those bonds guide you towards what you wish for.
Our wishes.
And my sister must have left that room with a wish, just like you. That is how I understand it.
Well, he ain't wrong. He's right. Theodore's words illuminate my own inner feelings. What we yearn for, what we believe in, that's what we wish to show Shokun. There are our own wishes, how we think about someone and do things for those people. It's because we wish for that person to be better, for the whole world to shine just a little bit brighter. And now I'm wishing that Shokun can learn how wonderful this world truly is.
Thanks, Theodore. You're awesome.
Huh? I'm awesome? Is that so? It does have a nice ring to it, though. Oh, I shouldn't be keeping you here. You're going to go fulfill your wish, no? Please, proceed.
Thanks, Theodore.
I wish you luck.
Say hello to Alvin and Simon for us. With those final words, Theodore disappears, melting into the fog. The powerful enemy waiting for me up ahead may swallow me whole, but I won't lose. I have the wishes of everyone supporting me. I'm sure those wishes will reach Shokun's heart as well. I thank Theodore for boosting my spirits as I pick up the pace and climb the stairs with a clearer head. Three hours later.
There it goes again.
Another quake rocks the tower, and I have to crouch down to keep from staggering. At least it's not rocking the Casbah. It feels like these earthquakes are growing more and more frequent, even as the shaking itself grows stronger and stronger. There's no doubt that an indescribable, powerful force is getting closer and closer.
Lapras! Can you hear me? Fukasan, these tremors are crazy. Are you all okay? Tons of shadows are pouring out and... Don't worry, I'm with the others.
The fine others. It seems Fuka's group has been trying to catch up with us after you and the others recovered enough to move on. While they were able about halfway up the tower, a ton of shadows suddenly began to attack them, and right now they're preventing those shadows from coming up through the tower towards us.
Anyway, I got in contact with Kikuno-san earlier. There's something I need to tell you. We discovered the password to the file that I gave you before. It's King of the Fall.
The files on the memory card that Kikuno had given to me before I left the helicopter. I forgot all about them during the fierce battles that I've been in up until now. Those files might contain the clues that lead to bringing this case to an end.
Thanks, Fuka-san. I'll give it a try. She told me that Mitsuru-senpai figured it out. We're counting on you, Labrys.
After Mitsuru and the others rescued the rest of the Inaba Persona users at Junes, they strive to make it back to the tower in order to intercept the shadows flooding the town and converging on this place. With a sigh of relief over hearing that everyone is safe, I find the detective file and try to use the password Fuka gave me. Password accepted. Opening file. I instantly have access to the full contents of the data. The locked files seem to be details on Shuji Ikusu's personal experiments. The dates are marked as taking place in 1999 and the test subject's name is So Minazaki.
A strong reading is getting close. Labrys, be careful.
I continue reviewing the data while Fuka cautions me and prepare for another fight. The stairs eventually come to an end. A bizarre sight quite different from anything I'd seen until now leaps into view.
What is this place?
The strong wind blowing here keeps the fog from becoming too thick. This wide space is made of what appears to be red marble and vibrant green patterns run through it like blood vessels. Pillars that appear to be stylized flames stand around us, casting eerie shadows onto the lustrous floor. Floating near the center is a crystalline object that appears to be slightly taller than I am. It emits a bluish-green light. On closer inspection, I see golden particles clinging to the rotating object. Are those the persona fragments from our past fights? As I walk step by step across the hard red floor, I approach the young man standing by the crystal. At his heel is a man in a suit. Who could that be? Beginning facial scan, searching records. Result found. Toru Adachi, the man who was arrested last year as the perpetrator of the case that you and his friends solved. What could he possibly be doing here?
You again, you goddamn robot. Damn you for coming all this way. This son of a bitch betrayed me too. All of you are completely useless. And I can't even get an answer from him either.
I don't know what happened before I got here, but Sho seems furious. He places a foot on Adachi's body and leans heavily on it. Adachi groans faintly. It looks like he's alive but unconscious.
Hey, scrap for brains. What happened to him? Where the hell's Minazuki?
I don't know. He fought us and...
Huh? You guys did something to him? Bullshit, that's impossible. He's strong. As strong as me. And there's no way in hell that he'd lose to some goddamn pest like you!
Is he sure about that?
There's something I want you to hear. It's about your father.
Sho is currently very unstable, much like when I met him earlier. Averting his eyes from the truth and trying to forget everything about himself. How is he right now is how I used to be a short while ago before I met you and Mitsuru. I was able to overcome it thanks to everyone, but Sho is cowering just like I was. And knowing that the truth Fuka entrusted me with may hurt him more or makes my heart ache.
Shuji Akutsuki, your father, embedded a plume of dusk into your body for his own research. But because the persona ability didn't awaken in you, you entered a vegetative state. And then Akutsuki threw you away. Is that right?
Just when I was wondering what shit you were gonna spew after coming all this way. Did Did you come to rub salt in my wounds, you goddamn bastard?
Yes, yes, rub it in.
That piece of shit tossed me aside. He was the only one. The only one in my world, and he did that to me. I already know that he was a goddamn bastard, so what? It doesn't matter. He was all that I had in the world.
Shogun.
This world's so fun, isn't it? Full of shitty bastards, always pressing in on you. It's so awesome. I'd rather be alone forever than spend another second having to deal with another dipshit ever again. So you can all just disappear.
That ain't true. You don't really want to be alone at all.
You broken piece of junk. Have you finally lost it for good?
Yeah, she has.
I'm totally alone. I'll be beside myself, laughing at how stupid you are.
Huh?
It's a micro memory card. Your father, Shuji Ikutsuki, recorded the experiments he did to you on it. Listen to this. From a report on Project Puppet Master.
Ooh, deep lore.
Name Sho Minazuki. Soon after beginning his training, his abilities have reached what one would call an astounding level. Muscle strength, agility. Physically, he surpasses normal specimens. Special mention must be made of his abnormally aggressive nature.
Yeah, he's very aggressive.
In combat training, Sho will attempt to utterly destroy his opponent until we force him to stop. The depth of his fury is unfathomable, but having no rational or mental breaks based on his rationality makes him an ideal weapon. Psychological analysis suggests that Sho is attempting to gain a connection to others by hurting them, as a result of our teachings. If he continues to grow, he'll be extremely valuable to our research. Luckily, the boy seems to adore me as a father figure. That will be useful.
Ooh. Ooh, that's gotta kick him in the balls.
The reason you're hurting everyone is because you want a connection with them. It's because of the experiments he did on you. And because you weren't taught any other way to connect with people. That's incredibly sad.
Is that all you have to say?
Shogun.
Yeah, he's right. So what? What do you want me to do? If I really want a connection with the world, and destroying it is the only way I know how, then what's wrong with me trying to destroy everything? Same goes for you, you piece of trash. You want a connection with me? You want to bond with me? Then I'll shred you to pieces!
She's not that type of girl, you know. Sho draws his two swords, almost spitting with rage. His eyes are clouded with madness and malevolence. His stare feels like blades piercing into me. Whenever Sho got worked up before, the other person would step in, but it doesn't happen now. As Sho draws closer, the plume of dust within me stirs a little bit. I whisper back to it, feeling the presence inside.
Yeah, it's okay. Thanks for leaving this to me. Shogun, if you don't know any other way, then I'll go head to head with you your way. And then, I'll make sure you hear me out.
Lapras is gonna have to beat a bitch!
Final.
I see ya! Ah!
Ring the bell!
No
It's not over yet.
No, there's several more chapters to go through.
No one at all. If this shitty world won't give me anything, then I'm gonna see it destroyed, no matter what.
Sho is on his knees. He desperately tries to regain his feet by leaning on his sword, his face contorted in pain. The dangerous aura I felt from him before the battle isn't weakening. On the contrary, he's becoming stronger.
Shokun, do you really think you were alone?
Of course I was. What do you know? I was always...
No, Shokun. You were never alone. There's more in that file. Do you remember why you went into that coma?
How should I know? I took the medicine Ikutsuki gave me, went into a machine, and...
It was an experiment Ikutsuki set up to erase Minazuki-kun.
Dad tried to erase him? Why?
After transplanting the Plume of Dusk, you didn't awaken to a persona. Ikutsuki's plan was already a bust at that point. But after a while, Ikutsuki learned there was another personality in you, inside the Plume of Dusk. That was the change in you. At first, it seems like Ikutsuki was interested in that other you, too. But the new you was different, and wouldn't listen to what Ikutsuki said at all. That other you awakened to a persona, destroyed the test facility, and then tried to kill Ikutsuki.
Huh? Bullshit! That's not true! Why would he try to kill my dad?
You really can't figure it out? Minazuki was trying to protect you.
Dude! Sho could only find a connection with other people by hurting them. As a result, that distanced him from everyone. Feeling that the world had rejected him, Sho chose to destroy the world instead. But Minazuki had supported Sho through all of this. The other self said that he would fight for that boy. Minazuki feels the same way Shoku done. The only way to do anything is through hurting others, but he's doing it to protect Sho.
He was still unstable then and got captured. After that, Ikutsuki tried to erase Minazuki-kun while leaving the persona. Do you get it now, Shokun? It was Minazuki-kun and his...
Power of a bond that supported you.
Power of a bond that supported you.
That's bullshit.
That's not true. It's impossible. Sho clasps his head in his hands and falls to his knees. My heart hurts. This is Sho's pain. Sho's world consistent of being denied by everyone and only being accepted by the other person within him, Minazuki. I've mercilessly shattered that, and I'm trying to draw him into our world, the real world, the world that is nothing but a place of fear to him. I know how difficult it is for him to accept it.
Ha! What's this sob story going on over here?
General Teddy suddenly appears behind Sho's. Something's not right. I never sensed his presence here before. General Teddy should be a fake version of Teddy, created from a shadow. I turn my senses toward him again, but that wrong feeling I sensed when I met him in the classroom has gotten even stronger. I can't put it into words, but it's a very ominous presence.
Aha! Has the stupid brat been beaten? You're disqualified from the P1 Climax. Now hurry up and get out of here.
Kagutsuchi.
Kagutsuchi? General Teddy, so you really weren't...
Oh, poor little shut-in Sho-chan. Was Labby-chan mean to you? Are you gonna have to go back to the hospital again?
Ooh, General Teddy cutting deeply.
Don't have to worry. Guess what? I'll set you free.
General Teddy, step away from Shokun.
You're the champion of the P1 Climax, Labby-chan. Congratulations! Your prize is death.
That's not a particularly wanted prize. General Teddy visually grabs Sho by the head from behind, effortlessly lifting him up with one arm. Suspended in midair, Sho's face cringes in pain, with unimaginable strength.
Shokun! Who in the world are you? What are you gonna do with Shokun?
What am I going to do? Isn't it obvious? I'm going to kill him. I'll grant this brat what he wants. A world of solitude. But I'll be the only one there. It will be a world all for myself, where only I exist.
General Teddy's tone changes, and an ominous and hatred-filled voice reaches my ears, echoing as if reaching me from the very depths of hell. I know this voice. When I was forced into sleep in the laboratory in Yakushima, I had a dream, and in that dream a voice echoed in my head. That voice tempted me to forget everything, to shut myself away in a distorted world that reflected only my desires. It's that same voice.
Don't tell me. Are you...
That's right. This red fog and the brat's power were on loan from me. At least you worked quite well for me.
Wait. So the thing Minazuki-kun was talking about waking at this tower is...
You finally figured it out. Fortunately, the Horde of Shadows to create a vessel and the Persona fragments to control it have been gathered. All that's left is to fuse that brat with the Shadows' space, and then devour the Persona fragments to inhabit my new corporeal form. I pay no heed to this. I am the collective will of those who abandon all connections and strive to live only for themselves.
Again, I am still thoroughly convinced somebody at Atlas realizes the plot of this game and decided, yeah, let's just basically take this and make it Persona 5. Because Minazuki is basically a beta version of Goro Atechi.
One who kills all who live in this world.
Red Claw gushes like blood from the body of General Teddy. No, Hino Kakotsuchi, and it gets sucked in through the Shokun's eyes, ears, mouth, and wounds. As I try to rush towards them, the empty husk that General Teddy's body has become crumbles into a black lump of a shadow. At the same time, Sho, or whatever he is now, turns its evil red gaze towards me. The power is immeasurable, stronger than Sho or Minazuki's. My entire metal body shrieks as I'm twisted in directions that I was never meant to go.
Never let you do that! Give Shokun back!
You all fought so long within this red fog, just as I did. You are exhausted to your very souls. You have no hope of defeating me now. You were quite useful, puppet. I have directed you at them with the aim of harvesting their personas at first.
The other tournament, and this one too. So you were the real one behind these battles!
His Labra's gonna have to cut him down. Yes, she is.
Shadows for my own. Their own wills would have made them less obedient than I required.
I learned that in the previous battles. Thus did I prepare this fog and my new scheme to carve away at your personas.
Ba 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 ba.
Of the suppressed strength of heart. Methods better suited to suppress the will of shadows than that.
So that's why you made us fight!
I glanced toward the crystal floating up above. So that's the collection of persona fragments that have been carved away from us. And now enough of them have been gathered. The power will be what brings destruction upon this world, the final piece required to create the vessel for God. Ha 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 ha.
Now is the time for despair. This new form that you have given me. Behold it!
I'd rather not hold it, thank you very little. A low-pitched laugh echoes across the area, and a blast of heat rages from the enormous body that appears. A god that has manifested using shadows as its vessel. Since I was created to be an anti-shadow weapon, I look on what could be considered my arch-nemesis.
This can't be.
A being that could incinerate the world. Its powers are so tremendous that it could perform such an outrageous deed. It roars, shakes the air, and there's a heat like scorching flame. My sensors show that it has fully manifested. My legs won't move at this rate, or I'll be destroyed by it too. But as I recoil in trepidation, mysterious voices, unlike those of normal persona communications, echo through me.
Labrys, don't give up! We're all cheering you on!
Labrys, leave this place to us. Once this is all over, we'll have a party and celebration.
I'm positive you can do this, Labrys. We'll take care of all these shadows.
Don't worry, Labrys. You're not alone.
I close my eyes and imagine the faces of everyone I've met since my awakening. Everyone who had accepted me, everyone who had given me a place to belong. And because everyone is fighting below me right now, I'm able to stand here.
This is all on you, Labrys. You promised that you'll come back no matter what.
We won't lose! Labrys, please win this for us! We're counting on you, Labrys-san. Please protect our world!
All the friends that I met in Inaba and my companions who trusted me to finish the job before me, their voices give me strength.
We'll make sure to hold them back here! You can win this, Labrys!
Labrys, we're entrusting this to you. Our thoughts are with you.
Let us handle things here. You have your own role to carry out.
Don't you dare tell us that you're giving up on this now. We'll do our best to give you time.
Labby-chan! Your knight is on your side!
Get a grip, Labrys. We're fighting with you too.
Please win this, Labrys! Sister, we're all waiting for your return. Let's fight this together.
Fight it together while on your own. It's okay, they may not be right next to me, but I can still sense them. I won't lose, everyone is on my side.
I'm not alone!
Damn, I couldn't pull off her super. Rematch. One, two, three. One, two, three. One, two, three. Oh, we got him. I couldn't. It should have been possible to hit the super, but.
A single will was able to surpass mine.
Yeah. Hey, redneck, that's a friend drama. One person around. And so you end up right 360 degrees. So you ended up right where it started. All right. No worries, redneck. I know all about family drama to different degrees.
Impossible. How could I fall to this trickery of fans?
Maybe probably turn around where this. Hell of a response, redneck. Hell of a response there. Bet that shut him up. The crumbling corpse disintegrates before me. I can't take another step. All I can do is gaze up at Hino Kagazuchi's body as it falls apart into the thin air before me.
That was marvelous indeed. These events were truly an ordeal.
The area had filled with silence once the battle ended, but a familiar voice ends it. I turn and see a young woman in a blue dress standing nearby.
Elizabeth, what are you doing here? Though what you just defeated now was different in form, it appeared to be another embodiment of man's consciousness that wishes for death. And suffice to say, I had my own reason to witness its end. A reason? To abolish others also means to abolish...
Yeah, I hear you, redneck.
That great power was also an embodiment of a distorted will, given birth by dissatisfaction. If left alone, it would eventually have become a great stagnation, leading to the destruction of the world, even the world within people's hearts. The world within people's hearts? You mean that place I met you the other time? Indeed, and if that were to happen, it would be a hindrance to my own wish as well. You have a wish.
Elizabeth smiles and quietly closes her eyes. Her expression is gentle as if thinking of someone precious to her. I was told that Elizabeth had gone on a journey in search of power, which she tells me is always vague, and I don't understand everything she says, but she harbors a wish for someone else. What kind of person would she think of as precious? Is she also searching for what she can do to help that person? Seeing her softened expression makes me think back on my own wish. Yes, once this is all over, I should go see that girl.
Maybe I'm out of my league here, but I hope your wish comes true soon. It honors me to hear that.
It's a good answer, redneck.
I wish to express my gratitude to you as well. You mean thank me? Why? In this turbulence,
You showed me an unknown, miraculous power that cannot be attained alone. I firmly believe that that power will be a solid guide to the distant journey that I must take. And thus, I thank you from the depths of my heart.
Elizabeth bows deeply to me. No, I didn't do anything. I should be the one thanking her.
Oh no, I really didn't. This place will disappear momentarily. Well, until we meet again someday, Labrys. Actually, there is something I'd like to ask you before I go, just in case. Shall I transport your friends to somewhere safe?
I think that's a logical thing, and that's right. This tower has already begun to crumble. My friends and I could never get out before this place becomes truly dangerous. I hurriedly respond to Elizabeth as politely as possible.
That would be wonderful. Please do. Very well. Then I shall... Elizabeth, now that I think of it, where would a safe place be?
This place is gonna crumble soon, so anywhere else is fine. Could you hurry, please?
Ah, yes! That reminds me. There is one place where there would be no trouble if I were to send such a bizarre group of people there.
Bizarre group?
Transport your companions. Well then.
My vision grows hazy as she speaks. That's when I remember something. What about Sho and Adachi? If they're not transported too, they'll be killed when the tower collapses.
Hold on, Elizabeth!
Whether or not she understood my thoughts, Elizabeth smiles at me before everything is blanketed by a bright light. Ay, ay, ay. Mission completed. Alright. The light fades and the scenery around me is completely different. The location is familiar. This is the TV world in the open space where everyone gathered.
Is this inside the TV? That's right.
Yes, we are inside the TV. I look over and see Sho collapsed on the ground a little further away. Thank goodness. That was quite mean of Elizabeth. She only mentioned my companions, so I was worried about what would happen to Sho. I see Elizabeth said that she would transport my companions. That meant that she considered Sho to be one of my companions as well. I don't see Adachi anywhere, but this is Elizabeth we're talking about. I'm sure she transported him to someplace else too. Anyway, I worry about how Sho isn't moving from the ground, and I quickly rush to his side. When I call to him, he slowly stands up, facing away from me. He looks around himself without a word, and then looks down at the ground and quietly mumbles.
Shut up, Scrap. Enough yapping.
I couldn't help it. Not when I knew you were safe.
Hey, did you kill that thing?
Huh?
Did
You destroy
Hino Kagutsuchi? Can't you understand words?
Oh, yeah.
You're strong.
Huh?
God damn it, do I have to say everything to you twice?
Yes.
Junk? Never mind, you stupid toaster.
He's still yelling at me. But Sho does seem a little different from how he'd been before the fight. His voice and expressions too. Maybe it's just my imagination. He doesn't seem like he's going to get violent either. For now, that is.
Shokun, where are you going?
It's none of your business. If you don't shut the hell up, I'm gonna cut you.
But everyone's waiting for you. I'm sure Mitsuru-san and her people are too.
Shut the hell up. I'm not gonna start listening to what anyone wants now. Go back to where you belong.
Shokun!
Hey, Scrap.
Joe makes as if to leave this place and stops to talk to me. It seems like he remembers something. I'm actually a little surprised that he's talking to me.
Oh, yes?
Yes. Seriously? Now you can't even speak properly. Oh man, it's too much.
You don't have to laugh that much.
Oh, damn it. You really are broken, aren't you?
Oh.
Hey, do you think even now he might be...
Huh?
Never mind. See you later, robot. You better have your damn oil changed or something.
Huh? Oh!
Before I can think of something else to say, Joe's already getting far away. What should I do? This is inside a TV world, after all. But his posture is more confident compared to when I first saw him. He has his own future waiting for him now. I'm sure there will be mountains of painful difficulties waiting. There's even the possibility that we might end up facing him again as an enemy. Or a dance partner. But even then, that's okay. Even though it was only for a short time, I sense a bond between myself and him. If I don't give up and if I keep wishing for success, a day may come where we reach an understanding. But I don't get an oil change during our maintenance routine. Suddenly, several shining figures appear within the room here in the TV world. When the light around them dims, I recognize familiar faces. My companions, whom have finished fighting their own fierce battles, gather one after another.
What's going on? I thought the fog suddenly lifted, but where am I?
Labrys, you're okay! Oh, I'm so relieved that I can't stand up.
Labrys-san, thank you. I believed in you. I knew that you could do it.
I wish you could have seen us, Labby-chan. Shadow Operative Junpei Iori totally nailed it.
Nailed what?
Whoa! What a soft yet stinky landing spot. Oh my! This is inside the TV! Wowee! Yuka-chan, Ken-Ken, Koromaru's here too! Is everyone okay?
And most people are breathing.
This is a normal TV entrance. Oh, it would seem everything has been settled.
Sister, I'm so glad you're okay. Still, I knew you would be able to overcome this. I'm going to have to try harder to keep up with you.
You definitely showed us your resolve back there, Labrys.
Yes, she sure most certainly did.
We would have been in danger had you not been with us. You haven't been with the Shadow Operatives for very long, but you
Barely a day, barely a couple of days actually.
Continue counting on you, Labrys.
Labrys, I sensed everything! It was really amazing! Labrys! I was so impressed that you beat such an immense enemy all by yourself.
No, it was thanks to all of you. I only beat him down because you were with me. Thanks, guys.
Another group of shining figures appears. This time it's Yukun's group, appearing along with Fukasan. It seems they were fighting the shadows closing in on the tower when they too were suddenly enveloped by light and taken to this place.
Now that was suspenseful. You did an amazing job. We're definitely throwing a celebration party.
That sounds wonderful. We have quite the group here together, after all.
Labrys, thank you for all your hard work.
Are you okay, Labrys? Are you hurt anywhere? I mean, you were really amazing!
Thanks, Labrys. The town should return to normal now. It's all thanks to you.
Yep, had I not come here, everyone in Inaba would have continued leading peaceful lives. Internally, I was afraid to learn what he truly thought of me. That was when Ken told me I should go to him myself and find out how he feels. He was right. Just seeing the kindness in Yukun's eyes right now makes me feel like there's no need to hear what he thinks about me in words. The relief of this painful battle coming to an end mixes with the joy of discovering new and true friends. My happiness proves to be contagious, and before long we're all talking animately with one another. After some time, Mitsuru approaches me. Her expression seems rather meek, and when she speaks to me, she seems apologetic.
Labras, I'm sorry, but I need to hear your report. Where is Minazuki? Were you able to speak with him?
Oh, yes, but only for a little while. But before you all came here, he... Oh,
When I begin my report, Akihiko nudges me in the shoulder with his elbow. As I stand in bewilderment, Mitsuru clears her throat.
Well, you know, Labras, the Shadow Operatives are a formal organization. I am obligated to report about this case to the higher-ups.
right. That's why I was saying, before you all came here, Shokun...
Hey, Akihiko nudges me in the shoulder even harder this time. Oh, what's going on? Did I say something weird?
You're even more naive than I am. You really are like a child when it comes to these things.
There are just some things you don't want to be honest about at times like this. That's why you just gotta dodge the question and... Ow!
Junpei, don't start teaching Labras stuff like that. We don't want her becoming more like you.
You sure?
What was that for? You're scarier than the shadows.
I didn't ask properly. Shadow Operative Labras, do you know where Minazuki went?
I'm sorry, I don't know where he went.
Oh.
Phew.
The moment I answered them, they all sound relieved. For some reason, even Akihiko and Mitsuru are smiling in a satisfied manner. Could it be they actually want me to say that I didn't know where he went?
I see. Normally, we'd have to send someone to track him down, but if you don't know, then there's nothing to be done about it. I will report this case to our authorities, and the Shadow Operatives will take responsibility for it. All of us.
Mitsuru-san!
I get it now if Sho, who was the person behind such a serious case as this, were to be captured, he would be dealt with severely. And even if Sho were to meet with Mitsuru and the others right now, he'd surely get angry like he was a moment ago, and it wouldn't be much of a conversation. But if we Shadow Operatives pursue him ourselves, we'll have tons of opportunities to get Sho to open up to us. Mitsuru, everyone, thank you.
Hey, what are you guys doing? We're gonna leave you behind if you don't hurry up.
The others, who are a bit further away, call out to us. It seems the time for us to part is drawing close once again. But since we are connected by bonds, we'll be able to see each other anytime we want. We'll just be physically distant for a short while.
Are we really getting out from here? I'm feeling really anxious about this.
Oh? Are you scared, Junpei? That's pretty lame for a big boy like you.
Coming from a guy in a bear costume?
Going on ahead. Please excuse us.
Everyone from Minaba jumps through the exit TV one after another, as if they were completely used to it. Mitsuru, Aige, Akihiko, and Fuka, who had also experienced this once, go as well.
Alright, Koromaru, we should go too.
Well, I guess I'd better go for it. Here goes.
Come on, Junpei. Hurry up. Come on, get going.
I love the visual of Teddy just kicking him in the ass.
Put me down! No!
Okay, Teddy just chucks him in. Okay, I get it. Teddy grabs Junpei and manhandles him while barehandles him through the TV screen. Junpei's shout quickly grows distant. Teddy then beckons to me before passing into the TV as well. I place my hand over the TV screen in the now empty plaza. Below this place is the school that I built. Now that I have a place to belong to, I doubt I'll ever come here again. Goodbye. It's time I went back with the others. May 6th, early morning. After leaving Junes, we've heard that Kikino had landed the helicopter in the schoolyard of Yashigami High, so we headed back to the school. It seems that after Kikino risked her life to drop us off at Junes, she was forced to land near the outskirts of town. There, she studied the data from Shuji Ikuchi's files and repaired that damaged helicopter, then took off again and was even able to help the others. Talk about a tough person. This means that we Persona users weren't the only ones fighting. The other reason why we returned to Yashigami High was because we needed to check on the crime scene as members of the Shadow Operatives. We go up to the rooftop and look down on the school now that it has regained its original form.
School. The memories places like this bring back. It's already been 3 years.
I know, right?
Haterade.
Living a fulfilling life.
So you have a fulfilling life too, Junpei-san? Can you teach me how to play baseball?
Oh, now you're talking. Our team trains really damn hard. I won't go easy on you. Got it?
That's what I was hoping for. I like sports after all.
By the way, Yukari, aren't you planning on going back looking like that?
Would everyone please stop talking about my clothes?
What?
I mean, you of all people shouldn't be talking, Akihiko-senpai.
Aha!
Costume's really cool, though. Wow, feather pink. I'm standing next to a real hero.
There we go. Just be true to yourself, kid. Looking up to superheroes is what's truly childlike.
Still, you're amazing, Yukari-san. You're actually wearing the costume and acting at the same time. Normally, even female ranger characters get played by male actors during the scenes while they're in their costumes.
Huh? Is that for real? No, all those times I...
That's actually true.
Ken-kun's a big fan of those kinds of shows. But I guess he isn't all that childish anymore. I suppose it's because it's been 3 years. It might be in poor taste to say this right after what happened here, but I'm still glad we were able to get together again like this.
Yeah, like we were guided here by fate or something. The great hero Junpei and his pals saved the world again.
Right. You probably wouldn't have even made it here if fate hadn't guided you.
Seriously, the way he ended up here is just ridiculous. Maybe we were guided here by fate. We made some new friends too, after all.
Everyone looks to me. I have so many people willing to call me a friend. It's a little embarrassing, but I can't help but smile.
Most of all, I'm happy that I met my sister. I was able to meet Yusan and the others as well. Thank you, sister. Ma'am, I'm thankful for everybody else. Without you, I'd have never woken up and stayed in that box forever. I'd just be a machine that hurts me. You all accepted me for who I am. And gave me a place to belong.
Look at me. That's right, I have to repay everyone for all that they've done for me. To Mitsuru and her companions for giving me this place, to everyone who made me realize that I'm never alone.
It's me.
Milady, the preparations have been made. But are you sure about this?
Yes, I'll be right there.
Huh? Where you going, Mitsuru-san?
Hey! Mitsuru-senpai, don't tell me you're going back before us.
Well, I'm sorry, but there are many things that need to be taken care of.
I knew it. I'll have you know that we all put aside our jobs and other affairs to come here. You're gonna spend some time with us, like it or not.
That's a threat.
I do feel bad about causing you all trouble, but Igus, can't you persuade Yukari?
No, I refuse that order. This is a situation with consequences that affect our team's morale.
Give it up, Mitsuru. Don't worry about figuring everything out right now. I'll make sure things with those public safety jerks get settled.
What? There's some guy's hassling you. Let me come with you. I'll tell him everything about how Mitsuru-san did her best to help.
Even if it's mostly her fault.
Things will only get more complicated if you two get involved. Very well. I suppose I can forget about my duties for one day and enjoy some time with you.
That's what I'm talking about.
You look so happy, Yukari-chan. It's been a while since I've seen you smile so much.
Huh? You think so? Do I really not smile normally?
I don't know.
You always seem so angry, Yucatan.
That's because you're always making me angry.
Well, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yucatan, you could really hurt me with that thing.
Our laughter echoes from the rooftop, where the bright morning sunrise shines down upon us. As the lively conversation continues, I quietly place my hands on my chest. What's here right now connects me to that place. It connects me to everyone. May this warmth I feel spread to everyone else and to him as well. The epilogue of epiloginess. Alright, the fate of all these characters. A few days after the case ends, I was feeling kind of like an empty husk. I mean, it had been a while since I've been through anything like that. It wasn't just because it felt nostalgic, but well, I remembered a lot of different things, like how I didn't understand a lot of stuff back then.
Your pitching sucks. Stop throwing like that.
My pitching doesn't suck. Your catching sucks. Don't think you're all cool just because you got a good hit the other day.
What did you say?
As I'm watching the kids practice, I'm not particularly paying much attention. Just when I think things are getting peaceful, a squabble starts up. Well, it's a coach's job to settle things like this.
Hey, break it up. What's going on here?
Stay out of this, Junpei.
Coach Junpei, right? So, what's up?
He blames me because he can't catch.
It's because you got no control. Everybody knows it.
The other kids all stop practicing and gather around the argument. These kids have way too much energy and get into fights frequently, so I need to mediate this conflict in a mature, dignified way in order to be a good example. Children pick up on that kind of stuff, you know?
Hey, listen up. The most important thing in baseball is teamwork. No matter how good you might be alone, you'll never win a game by yourself. You can't play baseball if you're the only one on the field, right?
Of course not.
Right, well, that's just common sense. But if you keep putting the blame on other people, you're gonna end up all alone eventually. If you think the pitcher has no control, then you gotta try to work hard to catch anything, no matter what he throws your way. And if you think the catcher blows meaty chunks, try throwing balls that even the worst catcher can grab. If you both practice together like that, then everyone gets better and the entire team gets stronger. Isn't that right?
Yeah, he's kind of right there. Yeah, that was awesome. Go me! I wonder if these guys will ever look back on these days and think that they never understood what was going on. I bet they will, just like me. I gave them a good talking to, and since this was a great place to end for today, I'll call today's practice over. As everyone says goodbye and goes their separate ways, one of the kids doesn't leave. Zakaro, he looks a lot more humble than usual. Noticing slight changes in your players is one of the things that make a great coach.
Hey, aren't you going home?
Junpei, do you have a girlfriend?
Oh, what's he asking me that for all of a sudden? He's kids these days.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Hey, what's with the attitude? That's really rude, you know.
There's a girl I like, but she's gonna move away. I didn't know and we got in a fight.
Fight?
I thought we'd make up like we always do. Even when we get in fights, things always go back to normal in a few days. But when I heard she was transferring to another school, I got worried about what would happen if I couldn't make up with her.
Well, the answer here is obvious. You have to nut up and apologize to her. It doesn't matter if it's your fault or not. That'll fix everything.
That's so lame. I can't do that.
Lame, not lame. Is that your problem here? This isn't the time to care about looking cool. Not when it involves something you care about. If you and her end up going separate ways without telling her how you really feel, you're gonna regret it for a long, long time.
But what if we get in another fight?
Goro drops his eyes again. Well, that's this kid's bad habit. He acts all tough, but when things matter most, his timid side comes out. Aren't you the team's cleanup hitter? You gotta strengthen your resolve. I guess I better do the coach thing and encourage him. But the way Goro's hanging his head makes me a little uncomfortable. a little uncomfortable deep down. Why? Because my own words are coming back to haunt me. Regretting not telling someone your feelings before you have to part, huh? Yeah. That grand slam I whacked in my dream, I can still feel it in my hands. And I got up on that platform for the MVP interview, but that time it ended before I could say it. But this time, when I still haven't answered his question, Goro peers into my face. Oh well, I guess I need to strengthen my own resolve. I look at the empty outfield and picture myself in that dream.
If you get a hit, you'll be a hero. Are you gonna try for a grand slam?
Goro seems dazed for a second at my sudden enthusiasm. But his clouded face quickly breaks out into a bright smile, and he's his old tough self again.
All right, I'll go do it.
Goro's going for a grand slam with his girlfriend, huh? I don't know if I should call him optimistic or if he doesn't really know what he's talking about, but at least it looks like I got through to him. In which case, I think it's time the ace slugger swings for the fences too.
All right.
After high-fiving Goro, I grab my stuff and run off for the station. This time I won't go oversleep. The view from the pier matches an old memory of mine, the color of the sky, the ocean, the sound of the waves. This is the first time in years I've come back to this place.
Whoa, this brings back memories. How long has it been since we were here? We were second years in high school, wasn't it?
It would be 3 years ago. It was the summer of 2009.
Only 3 years, huh? It feels more like 10.
Ah!
A lot has happened since then.
I see. Now that I think about it, you haven't returned to Yakushima since then either.
We leave the beach and follow a woodland path. The virgin forest is filled with lush greenery and the air is cool and clean. We headed to the remains of the ergonomics research lab.
You want to go to Yakushima?
Yes, if possible, that is.
I don't believe there's anything left there aside from warehouses, though.
Yes, I understand that.
I guess I have no intention of preventing you from going there. But may I ask why?
I have wanted to go back for a while now. That was when my sister's case began. So I thought that now would be a good opportunity.
She ain't wrong.
I wanted to see for myself what led to my birth.
I think it's a good idea.
Yukari-san.
Isn't it normal to want to know about things like that? We're talking about your roots here.
I see.
Actually, I was just thinking about taking a vacation too. That battle from the other day was a lot more grueling than I imagined it would be.
As Yukari says, it truly was a fierce battle. Because I was severely damaged, my maintenance had to go on for a good deal longer than usual, and I spent a long time in my repair bay. That's why I've been longing to feel the light of the sun. I'm unsure if Yukari knows that I feel this way, but she smiles.
Hey, Igus, why don't we go together? And it'd be nice if we could stay at your summer house, like we went to before, Mitsuru-senpai.
Though Mitsuru smiles knowingly, she readily agrees to our request.
The last time we lived together was back when we were roommates during our 3rd year of high school.
You're right.
That brings back memories. I told you to stop being so overly polite because it made you stick out in class. And yet, you never did.
After passing through the forest, we reach a desolate area with debris scattered about. Could this have been the outer wall that surrounded the research site? The entire thing has collapsed and it's been overtaken by wild plant growth.
So this is the place.
I correlate what I see with the data about the site and confirm that this place is where the combat testing ground had been. We pass through the gates where the gates were and proceed further inside. We walk through the facility for a while when an old white dog runs up to us and barks. I feel as if the dog isn't barking at us to warn us or frighten us away, but is more welcoming, maybe even greeting us. I tried to match a dog to the data I have regarding Yakushima, cross-referencing appearance, attempting to match vocal recording.
Snowy?
Huh? Do you know this dog?
No, not as such.
I quickly find a record of this dog. There's no doubt that this dog is Snowy, the same animal that my sister made friends with. He's still okay after all these years.
He appears to be the dog my sister became attached to in the past. It seems he can tell that I'm like her.
Huh?
Snowy wags his tail and comes over to happily nuzzle me. He appears to be welcoming me, although we never actually met before. I can't communicate clearly with him the way I can with Koromaru. Still, his actions are easy enough to understand. I crouch down and gently pet him.
It would appear that this place and what happened here are part of my own roots after all.
What do you mean?
In the past, I thought that my ability to communicate with animals was just something that I could do. It didn't seem like the people at the lab had deciphered dog language, and even then, I doubted that such an ability was necessary for a weapon. I had thought it mysterious that I was capable of doing so, but it seems that my sister can do the same thing.
Huh. So are you saying that you inherited that function from Labrys?
It's not really a function, per se.
I stop petting Snowy and stand up before taking a sweeping look around the area. Piles of debris, both large and small, are scattered about. The early summer shines down upon us.
It's probably something that was slowly nurtured among the 5th generation units that were housed here. Behavioral traits, like having interest in things besides missions, get passed on. And then, interest in animals, and then the ability to communicate.
I see.
After a long line of inherited system feedback, my sister gained that ability, and I, in turn, gained it from her.
Pretty sweet deal, huh?
I have a special rapport with dogs, out of all animals, is most likely because of that process.
It makes sense.
Wow, that's pretty deep. If it goes that far, then you're right. It's not just some function that you were intended to have. It's more like a wish.
Yes.
I crash down once more and pet Snowy again. After that, I begin clearing away the mossy rubble that had been left unattended for so long. Snowy happily runs around the area that has been cleared of rubble.
Still, for the ones before Labrys who had hearts or wishes, it might be a bit sad that this place is left like this.
Just as Yukari says that, the carelessly scattered rubble under this clear, beautiful sky only emphasizes the loneliness of this place. Snowy barks once and runs through a small hole in a passage blocked by debris, then barks again as if motioning us to follow him. We see a shimmering yellow-green light shining through the hole he had passed through.
Huh? What's that?
I move aside more debris to make a hole large enough for a person to pass through. What we find on the other side is... I'm curious, what did they find?
Oh. Wow, it's super pretty here. What is this place?
There's a tall, cylindrical structure that looks like a greenhouse, reaching high above us. It seems this area was once indoors, but the ceilings have long since collapsed. The structure stands directly under the blue sky. The clear cylinder has literally acted as a greenhouse, allowing the area inside to grow. Lush green grass, trees, vibrant flowers, even birds and butterflies flit about inside. This place is something like a paradise out of a children's book. But these are the remains of the anti-shock chamber where Labrys and the other units of Armado had undergone battle tests.
Here that only grow far to the south of this latitude. This building's windows seem to have coincidentally formed a greenhouse.
I take a closer look around and notice a large sword stuck into the ground in the center of the room. The unit that used this weapon is thought to have been destroyed, but the sword remains here unchanged.
The number 024 is stamped into this. It may have belonged to a unit that fought here.
Oh, I see. It's kind of hard to believe that this place was once such a nightmare.
Once such a nightmare. As far as back as my memories go, it's not wrong to say that this place was just as Yukari described it. And the way this room is now is probably be a fitting tribute to my sisters who fell here within this very chamber. The large blade here is more than half covered with soft green moss, and small birds are using it as a perch.
Hey, I guess let's ask Mitsuru-senpai to keep this place like it is.
Yukari-san.
And why don't we bring everyone else here from time to time? Let's bring Labras next time, too.
I nod. My power is your power. That's why I'll never forget you all. As the last of the anti-shadow suppression weapons, I will fulfill my duty to protect my companions and my sister, protect humanity, and create a future where your memories within me. I feel happiness in the depths of my heart and take a step forward. I raise my voice as loud as I can so it echoes throughout the entire chamber.
Everyone, thank you.
The chirping of the birds and the sound of the waves echo on forever. That's actually a nice big closure there. Actually, one would assume that the Labras would have gone there. A few days after the case was resolved, I stand before a gravesite. The marker is still new and clean.
We finally met. I'm sorry it took me so long to come.
Some of my memories are those from another machine like me, Unit 024. She and I were in the same production generation. Some of those memories are of a girl. Mitsuru and her people aided me in finding the girl and finding out who she was. The first word in their records after her names? Deceased. Mitsuru was apologetic when she told me about this, but I wasn't surprised. The girl in my memory had been in a hospital room. That's why in my heart I was kind of expecting things to turn out this way.
You know, there's a bunch of stuff I wanted to say, and I don't know where to start now. But thanks so much for giving me life.
No words come back to me from the gravestone. I didn't make it in time.
I have a younger sister, and I've got companions and friends too. Because you wished for it, I have a happy life now. But there's nothing I can do to repay you. Mommy, there's someone here.
As I was standing there, a boy approaches me and looks up with curiosity. A woman, apparently his mother, follows him and bows to me. She's holding a bouquet of flowers. It seems that this family has come to visit this girl's grave.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you, this girl's family?
Oh no, it's just my boy has the same illness as the girl who's here.
I look at the boy. He does seem thin, but he otherwise doesn't appear to be in poor health.
The girl here agreed to submit to a great many examinations when she was young. Because of that, the doctors learned a great deal about her disease. And it's thanks to her sacrifice that my little boy is still alive today. He can even go to school.
She tells me more about her son and then explains that they come to visit the girl's grave to thank her. After they lay the bouquet on the grave, the boy and his mother stand silently for a moment. When they leave, I'm alone in front of the grave once more. She dreamed of being useful to the world, and that wish has come true. I know she would have wanted to see the results of how she helped people. But in the end, she never could. Then I've
found something I can do. Hey, can I call you Mom?
I will carry on your dream of mother and protect the world where all the lives you save reside. Just as you wish for me, for my happiness, I will wish for the happiness of all humans and will do what I can to protect them. I'll do it to the very best of my ability as a shadow operative. Well, that one hit hard.
Miss Yamagishi, this is a spectacular feat. We've never had a second-year student receive the award for best paper at this school.
Thank you.
I received an urgent summons from my lab at college and found my professor there openly praising me.
Getting recruitment calls from labs and corporations, but I'd recommend that you devote yourself to studying abroad.
Abroad, you say?
Yeah, study abroad.
Friends with a professor who's searching for an assistant. If you wish, I can write you a letter of recommendation at once.
I hesitated a bit on how to respond to my professor's cheerful words. Ever since I entered the engineering department, things have become awkward with my parents. Though they still look pain when the subject of me not entering medical school comes up, perhaps they'll be impressed with me if I tell them that I'm going to study abroad at a famous college overseas. But even if I were to leave Japan, if something were to happen to Mitsuru and the others, I'd show no hesitation in coming back here. Even if it wasn't for a case involving shadows. For example, if I was told that they didn't have anyone they trusted to perform Aigis and Labrys's maintenance, I still feel the same. I have no intention of actually joining the Shadow Operatives, but I want to help out as much as I can until the organization's foundation becomes more secure. I'm not afraid of moving away from them, but considering what Mitsuru is trying to accomplish, there are a lot of things that I can't help with if I'm too far away, if I'm too far in.
Miss Yamagishi.
I'm sorry, but I'll have to decline for now. If the time comes when I feel a need to study abroad, I'd like to ask for your assistance then.
Yes, that's what I thought. Then I'll contact them at once and...
Wait, you declined? Well, he's dead.
Oh no! Classes are about to start. Please excuse me. Thank you for telling me about this.
Miss Yamagishi, wait! Hey!
I'm not staying here because I'm needed. I'm staying because I chose to do so. That's more important than taking a course that someone else has prepared for me.
I can study wherever I want, after all.
I joined the flow of students moving from class to class and hurried to my next class. None and strong. So we still got a bunch here. The early summer weather is in Gekkokana schoolyard is refreshing after school. We're absorbed in chasing the ball like always.
Not gonna happen.
One of the players I'm guarding against goes flying and the game stops. Crap, did I get a little too rough? I rush over and see how he's doing.
Sorry, are you okay?
I'm fine. It wasn't a foul. That was a great tackle, Ken. You've been on fire lately.
Luckily, he doesn't seem hurt. I relaxed and grabbed his hand to pull him up with a smile.
Well, we do have a match coming up soon. Isn't our opponent supposed to be a strong team?
Yeah, you're right. All right, let's all put some more effort into this. Once more.
Keep our spirits up.
Yeah!
The sun has almost set and it's about time to wrap up practice. I look around the school grounds at the other teams finishing up. I can tell they're looking at someone standing in the corner of the schoolyard. Oh man, I didn't think she'd come here wearing that battle outfit of hers. I guess I should have given more thought about where I suggested that we meet up. I regret choosing this place a little bit, but she would stand out anywhere. I guess it can't be helped. I'm the one who called Mitsuru here. This is the first time I've seen her in person since that case ended. I'm well aware of how busy Mitsuru is, but I implored her to come here today. I'm starting to feel unusually nervous, but I'll make up my mind and take a few deep breaths before approaching her.
Hey, who's that beautiful lady? Don't tell me she's Ken-kun's girlfriend.
Ship it!
What? No way. I'm so shocked. Doesn't she seem a little serious, though?
Mitsuru-san, thank you for coming all this way when you're so busy.
Don't worry about it. I am currently on a mission though, so I don't have a lot of time. I would like to speak with you for longer someday.
Oh, it's alright. This won't take long. I called you here so I could give you this today.
This?
I hand her a small silver badge. It's the official identification given to members of the Shadow Operatives. When she sees it, Mitsuru briefly looks surprised. She looks from the badge to my face and swallows whatever she was about to say.
I'd like you to take it back for now. I don't need it. I promise I'll come get it again one day.
Very well. I will keep this for you.
That's right, I don't need it right now. Mitsuru accepts it without another word, but I bet she respects my decision. Mitsuru's always thinking about us. I'm sure that my action speaks louder than anything I could have said to her, and she understands perfectly. This is how it should be. Thank you, Mitsuru-san.
Hey, Ken! Let's get going!
A voice suddenly calls out to me from the school gate and breaks the silence between us. I look in that direction and see the rest of the soccer team who have finished changing and are waiting there for me. It should be obvious that I'm in the middle of a serious conversation here, but that doesn't stop them. Well, I guess it can't be helped that they want me to hurry up. We just finished practice and we're all hungry kids. It's only natural that their stomachs are growling. I mean, mine is too.
Okay, race it a wild duck! Class run their pace! Well, I have to go. I hope you stay well until I see you again, Mitsuru-san.
In any case, since the burdens on my shoulders have been lifted, I quickly bow to Mitsuru before rushing off with my teammates. We still have the after-practice wild dash to do. It's a famous tradition of the Gekkoukan Junior High soccer team. Then again, we started the tradition on our own. We consider it one last part of our practice, so I can't allow myself to lose here either.
Huh, he laughed. But wow, don't you think Ken-kun's changed a bit lately? Really? Like how? For real?
For real?
I don't know, cold? But lately he's been in high spirits. It's like he learned how to be normal, right?
You're right. He does seem to act more naturally than before. I like it.
3 years ago, we forged a bond through our long and severe battles. That bond is still very important to me. But if I let myself get too caught up in that bond, I'll end up missing out on things in my own life. I think I was able to change because I realized that. I sense that my bond with the others have remained unchanged, but more than that, I sense that I've grown in myself as well, even if only a little. What's best for me right now is to spend my days doing what I can without rushing through life. What happens to me now will surely affect my future. That's what I've come to realize. And acting that way will be my way of fulfilling the duty that was left to me. Koromaru appears from a side street and magnificently runs past us. Koromaru has been showing up like this from time to time and racing us to the burger place. I remember thinking this during the recent battles, but even though Koromaru is quite old, he sure doesn't seem that way. I bet he's determined not to let us kids beat him either. Well, if he's challenging me, I can't just let him win without a fight. I pick up the pace and chase after the white furry shape ahead of me. That is my Mitsuru Akihiko, right? And Yukari having her own.
Target acquired. Commencing capture now.
Ticus?
I thought I was well concealed in the crowd in front of the station, but Icus comes charging towards me. The people around me draw back and people walking by stare dumbfounded. Not again.
It's time for your English 2 class.
I'm gonna be absent today.
Absence without Mitsuru-san's express permission will not be tolerated.
The class doesn't do roll call. If I pass the final exam, I'll get the credits I need. I've already mastered English anyway.
I've heard that some college classes randomly take roll. One cannot discount the possibility.
With that, Professor, it'll never happen.
You stand out, so your absence will immediately be apparent.
How do I stand out? I'm not dressed for missions today.
In any case, you must prioritize your studies.
After the case had closed, I went back to college, even though until recently I have been taking time off to go on my training journey. Though Mitsuru had a hand in getting me to go back, annoyingly, I mean thankfully, I guess has taken it upon herself to manage my college credits, which has led to situations like this. The moment I go off on her radar, she suddenly shows up out of nowhere and drags me back to class. My attendance, classwork, study groups, assignments, submissions, exams, she has total control over my every move, and I don't even have time to train anymore.
Stop being so persistent, Igus. I told you I have plans today.
You were the same as always, aren't you? You both stand out a lot.
Kurosawa-san.
Kurosawa appears out of the crowd with a resigned expression. Yes, I was here to meet him today. He's currently a detective with the Metropolitan Police Department and is a trustworthy man who has been helping us in secret. Even now, he caught onto the Public Safety Department's moves before anyone else and was able to warn us.
I wasn't told that you had class today. Should we postpone?
Oh, no, it's all right. Let go, I guess.
I see. So your plan was to meet with Kurosawa-san?
Yeah. I have something important I need to consult with him on.
That actually seems to be the case for once. I don't have much time to spare either, so why don't you hand him over to me for today, Igus?
If that is the case, then I understand.
You're gonna go to a ball game. Agus says so politely as she releases my arm and salutes Kurosawa. With that, she disappears back into the crowd. I swear she's been a pest lately on purpose and enjoys seeing my reactions. Oh well, I guess that means she's getting even more human-like.
So, what did you want my help with?
Well, this might be a bit late to ask. But I want to have enough power in the police to protect the others from the outside.
So that's what this is about. Dealing with people from that side of the business is more trouble than fighting shadows sometimes, you know.
Oh, I know. That's why I need power besides what I can do with my fists.
Kurosawa smirks in response.
I like the look on your face. That reminds me, you're old enough to drink now, aren't you?
Well, yes.
What's this? You don't like alcohol?
No, alcohol and protein shakes go surprisingly well together.
Drinking with you is going to be tiring for a different reason.
Kurosawa looks amused for a moment, then turns and walks away. I follow him into the city. Guess I'll leave Mitsuru or Yukari. Mitsuru and I are walking into the city, which has suddenly become filled with summer fashions as the long holiday draws to a close. We've been going out together like this for a while, but when she wears clothes more appropriate for her age, Mitsuru looks even better than models. Heads turn to follow her wherever we go. Mitsuru doesn't seem fazed by this, though it's more likely that she doesn't have a clue she's standing out. It's a mystery to me how she doesn't notice that. The only thing that appears to bother her is how she's walking.
I'm not comfortable in these clothes.
Come on, you look good. And you know what they say, when in Rome, do as the Romans do.
But doesn't such a frilly skirt interfere with how you walk?
Huh? Senpai, I know you wore a skirt as part of the Gekukan High uniform.
A uniform is fine, since it's like battle attire.
Battle attire, huh?
Uh-huh.
How's it going? Are the two of you looking for a good time? Why don't you join us and have some fun?
Would you mind getting out of the way? I'm trying to enjoy my day off with my friend.
Again? I mean, yeah, she stands up, but how many times have we been hit on just today?
Well, if not today, how about another time? Can I get your phone number? Maybe we could go out sometime.
Oh.
The man hitting on us touches my shoulder. This guy either has guts or he really slow on the uptake. Either way, this isn't good at all. Mitsuru's arm flashes out like a snake and grabs the man's wrist.
Mitsuru-senpai, hold on!
I'd prefer if you kept your hands off my friend. I also believe it to be in your best interests if you left at once.
I'm okay. Geez, you guys better get going.
Oh, crap! We're sorry!
The guys who talk to us are scared off by Mitsuru and they run for their lives. I'm happy that she protected me, but it's like she's seriously turning into an empress. She's the head of a special battle unit with the mission of exterminating shadows. I wonder if that environment is what's making things worse for her after all. I really need to help her have some time to enjoy herself.
Senpai, let's go over there.
I take Mitsuru's arm and charge into a shopping mall. I'm pretty sure that guys like that won't follow us all the way into a store. After checking out some clothes and other accessories like normal girls in these busy holiday stores, we decide to take a break at a cafe terrace.
That was fun.
You're right.
I relax and enjoy the fun we had and take another sip of my iced coffee. Mitsuru answers me absentmindedly and her tea is left untouched.
Senpai, you promised that you wouldn't think about the other day.
Yukari,
I know that it's impossible to keep it from getting to her. After all, the case this time was all because of the Kijiro group's negative legacy. Mitsuru had taken on the role of the leader of the Kijiro family to atone for her family's past, and yet after being captured by the enemy, she couldn't take command of the situation. It may only be natural that she feels responsible for what happened. Well, she was responsible. But even then, I can't be convinced that she needs to bear the weight of all that herself.
there are so many people here.
And there she goes again. I came here today thinking about giving her a piece of my mind. She keeps talking, taking responsibility for everything and worrying about things all on her own. Still, I can't bring myself to say anything about it when I see the look on her face. I thought that maybe confronting her emotionally like I had back then would lessen the distance between us, but that would just be repeating what I've done before. It'd be sad to have to resort to that again. I mean, we're best friends now, you know? As I try and figure out what to say next, all I hear is the bustle of the busy cafe.
See? It's Feather Pink. Wow, you're right. It's Reiko Kuchikuen. Hey, Feather Pink. Where are Red and the others?
Huh?
Suddenly, a little boy points at me. Everyone turns around at his shout, and the children walking past make a wide circle around us.
No, you're mistaken. You've got the wrong person.
I hurriedly wave my hands in an attempt to disperse the crowd. Having a role that shows my face can be really inconvenient.
Popular, Yukari. How does it feel to be a hero?
Huh? Well, I guess it's worth it since these kids are really into it.
Death must not be needlessly feared, but it must not be needlessly desired as well. Face it and fight, Featherman. Or so the line goes.
Senpai, why do you know that?
That's the opening line of the intro to Featherman Victory. The catchphrase comes up in every episode of the show.
I may be busy, but I still have time to watch a little television.
What? But why would you watch Featherman of all things?
Why wouldn't I? My best friend is one of the stars. I had never seen such a program before, but it's true. I did sense something from it. I feel that you were trying to help people, especially children, teaching them to avoid bringing harm into their lives.
Well, I guess that's how it is.
The protagonists of a hero show don't just punish evil, they protect those who are precious to them and give everyone the hope to live. I'm sure that these shows teach a lot of things to children too.
The same goes for Akihiko and Namagishi, Aige, Samara, and Minori as well. Every one of us is proceeding down their own path, in their own way. That's how I can concentrate on my own duties. The trust we form will not easily be swayed. Isn't that right?
I can't help but sigh. I feel like I've been beaten instead. My best friend believes in me and is watching over me. Well, I should do the same to her, even though I get the feeling that I got sweet talked somehow.
Yukari, what's the matter?
I guess I've been defeated today. Well, that's fine. Let's go to the next place.
Next place? You want to continue shopping?
Well, I don't have any idea when you'll be able to make time for me again, you know.
What if I promise to contact you every once in a while? Would that do?
It's a deal. But while we're here...
I tug on Mitsuru Senpai and we resume our shopping. I'm not sure why, but I feel as if whatever had been bothering me has disappeared. That would leave only Mitsuru, unless Koromaru's getting a dialogue sequence. Even before we could complete the follow-up investigation of the case that Minazuki caused, I was summoned by public safety to the government office building. I would have liked to ignore this meeting, which is sure to be nothing more than an interrogation, but it's better that I go for them to get their hands on Labras or Minazuki. Also, I want to make sure that no trouble comes to Yukari or Amada's daily lives.
We recognize your achievement in recovering Labras. Wasn't it your own blunder that led to you, the leader of your organization, being captured?
There are also reports that you involved underage civilians in this matter as well. What do you think your organization is?
If there were people there, then they must have acted on their own to protect their town and their companions. Also, with regard to the members of the auxiliary staff, the emergency suppression unit, they became concerned for me after my disappearance and came after me as individuals. That is all. It is absolutely unrelated to the Shadow Operatives.
You're just playing semantics.
Furthermore, when the second case occurred, the Shadow Operatives were forced to begin an investigation based on a lack of evidence. Since you were the ones who ordered the investigation, I believe you would know whether or not they were able to go on duty or not. Also, even though it may have been merely an intimidation tactic, I received a report that my people were fired upon during the incident. I laughed it off at the time, since it's impossible that this organization could have been so stupid as to send my people into danger unprepared.
You little...
But as you pointed out, it was due to my own lack of preparedness that I was captured by the enemy. I will accept any kind of punishment for that.
The report says that your capture was nothing but a ruse, though?
Excuse me.
What is it?
The man from public safety.
I was ordered to bring these documents the moment they arrived.
The man who enters the room hands a binder full of documents to the man interrogating me. While they're distracted for a moment, the newcomer glances at me. I feel as if I know that man from somewhere, but what was that about him?
As you can see, it's the report from our undercover investigation of the Kirijo group.
You fool! These are not the kinds of details we asked for.
This deliberation is temporarily suspended. You will be notified of our further decisions at a later date.
The sudden silence makes me think that this case is coming to an end. But to think that someone would be able to turn in a report that would instantly suspend an investigation from these sticklers, it would seem that there are some people even in public safety who do not respect their higher-ups. Also, that undercover investigation report must have been made by Shirogane. It seems I'm in her debt. When I leave the conference, I see that the other Shadow Operatives had gathered.
Mitsuru-san!
What are you all doing here?
These guys insisted on at least trying to testify in person, since they failed you on the mission. I had no choice but to come too.
Seeing that our friend, who had gone missing, was immediately summoned to the government office on her return, we were worried it was a conspiracy.
Yes, worried.
Indeed, as your friends.
Friends?
It's natural that we'd rush to your side, because we are your friends.
Friends. I guess, why are you speaking with such over-exaggeration, and what are you, Karin, or even doing here?
Yeah, we were all worried about you. After all, we're all your friends.
The best of friends. Yep. Yes, sirree.
You realize I won't be able to stick up for you if they come down on you because of this.
It'll be fine. Look, I'm in the middle of a shoot right now.
I'm just out walking Koromaru.
I'm just going out for a run, you know?
You're training, Junpei? You should have told me sooner. I'll come along.
That's okay. I mean, can't you see what we're getting at here?
Seriously, all of you?
I can't help but laugh with amusement. Though this makes me happy as their friend, I have mixed feelings as the leader of our organization. The higher ups that gave themselves away this time are only the tip of the iceberg. There must be many people in the police and in the political realm who don't think well of the Kirijo group. Those troublemakers will pounce immediately if we leave even the slightest vulnerability unguarded. But even then, the Shadow Operatives will continue to protect and serve. We won't let anyone be forced to be alone. We can create a world where everyone will have the strength to deny the fate of destruction.
Let's go.
Yes!
And we will continue moving towards the future for the sake of granting our wishes. The end. Or is it? Alright. I want to take me a break as these credits roll. So I shall be back. And back. Welcome back, folks. I believe, let me just double check something here. Trophies. All right. Oh, wait, we got the true ending? Oh, in that case, shit. Let's go for it.
Impossible. What power is this? How can one human's power alone be enough to best me?
Hino Kagutsuchi. That's what holds
Made
you
a burrito.
The power I wield. The power we wield. It will never succumb to someone like you.
Silence, pest! I will not lose! I am stronger than anything!
Kagutsuchi's giant arm swings up high into the sky. This isn't good. If this place takes a direct hit from that enormous thing, never mind sweeping me off my feet, it could destroy this entire tower with all the quaking. Faster than I can recall my persona, the other Izanagi flies forward towards Kagutsuchi from behind, stashing at his giant arm.
What are you doing? I set everything up perfect for you, and you still didn't finish it off before I woke up.
I know. Did he save me? Up until now, he just dropped hints for us here and there, never doing anything to help us out directly. Seemingly surprised at this small change, noticeably only to those who know him, Adachi furrows his brow. He's displeased in a never so slightly embarrassed way.
What are you spacing out for? I don't have time to waste either. So let's hurry up and put it into this. Right.
I can feel it. The two Izanagis respond to each other and melt into one. I never felt this fusion of conflicting powers before. They eventually coalesce into a sword which launches itself towards Hino Kagutsuchi's enormous roaring form. A giant sword formed with a torrent of power pierces Hino Kagutsuchi and disperses his body. I think we like Labras' defeat of him better.
Impossible. How could I fall?
You didn't count for Adachi.
The malice has been defeated. But your true battle begins here. After all that has happened, I'm eager to see what you will do.
Forgive my insolence, but the fight about to transpire piques my interest. I wish to witness its outcome.
Oh.
Show.
Oh. Oh. The frenzy that was raging only a moment ago has unbelievably quieted down. There's only the cold and the calm moonlight in the air. The red fog has disappeared somehow, and I feel like time has stopped here.
Where is he?
I don't have to ask about who he's talking about. It's enough to figure out. He's asking about Minazaki, the other self within him.
I don't know. He was trying to protect you from Kagutsuchi.
I see.
He's different. The madness and childish denial he's shown up until now is all but gone. And now he's just standing there with an air of quiet, icy menace. Minazaki knows everything that happened when he was Minazaki.
I was in the hospital. I didn't know anyone there, or even how long I'd been out.
Sho starts to talk. His clear voice is missing the intimidating quality it used to have.
Care was paid up for basically forever. I had a pretty good idea where the money came from.
Shuji Akutsuki.
Yeah. The same goddamn bastard who tampered with an orphan kid and threw him away like yesterday's garbage when I blacked out.
Sho Minazaki was one of the orphans collected by the Kirijo Ergonomics Research Laboratory as a test subject. Shuji Akutsuki, the man in charge of the research, implanted a mysterious artifact known as the Plume of Dusk into Sho's body.
That lab was everything to me. I did everything I could when I was a kid. I was happy to see that rotten bastard smile.
Sho.
It doesn't matter. Anyway, all that was left for me when I woke up was a shit ton of money and a world I never knew.
Yeah, what a way to wake up to.
Get it, right? All I know is fighting. I don't have a damn clue how to live in this world.
I think back to what Mitsuru said. By the time Sho was old enough to think for himself, he had been taken in by the research lab and placed in confinement, cut off from all contact with the outside world. The only other person Sho knew was Shuji Akutsuki, who was in charge of research at that time. And when Sho lost consciousness because of Akutsuki's experiments, he was sent to a hospital. I can only imagine how the world must have looked when he woke up all alone in that hospital bed.
I left the hospital and went out into the world. Yeah, that's right. Into your Inaba.
What? You were in Inaba?
Yeah, and it sucked. It was so boring I thought I was gonna die. That's when the murder case broke on that foggy day.
Don't tell me.
That's right. I saw it all. I saw what you did, what you fought against, and how you solved the case.
Huh. Good lord, Sho knows about us far longer than we knew about him. He's been observing us all this time.
It was fun. It got my blood pumping. I got the scent of battle. And I thought you were just like me. Then, right when that case was just about closed, that thing spoke to me. It asked if I wanted to destroy the world.
You're talking about Kagutsuchi?
Yeah. Minazuki came up with the plan, and I went with it. And then, you know the rest.
It's just as I thought. Sho doesn't really want the world destroyed. What he really yearns for is a world he can live in.
Sho, don't be afraid to bond with people. You're like Labras, someone who was made to fight, so that's all they know. But she's one of our good friends now.
It's just like when Yosuke, Chie, and my other friends accepted their shadows. It's an obstacle Sho must overcome as well.
Still, the only way I can relate to you all is by fighting.
All right then. If fighting is the only way you can form bonds, then I'll fight you till the cows come home. Just don't drag anyone else into it.
Just like that, life returned to Sho's eyes. Along with it, the scar on his forehead and eyes shine as a purer bluish white, and I can sense the fire of life, much stronger than before, surging through his entire body. Not only that, but something rises behind him. It's the persona that Minazaki was using. Sho, this is Sho's true unbound strength. Oh well, looks like this strategy was a failure. I can't go easy on him at this rate. There we go.
It's over. Show me Nazuki. To think he'd take so quickly to the persona passed down from the self-born of that plume of dusk. It's been a while since we've had a guest with that much power. I presume Sho will be a rather dreadful underclassman for him. I truly look forward to what develops of this.
Ah, so that red-haired young man has reached an epiphany.
Yes. The many encounters he had here have brought about a change within him.
He'll surely have many more experiences and battles on his journey from here on, as a new guest of the room.
Elizabeth, will you not return to us? Theo was worried about you. I believe he had been to this place as well.
Oh, did he? I hadn't noticed at all. Not even a raindrop's worth.
Huh.
Is that so?
It's totally Sho.
It seems the time has come for me to take my leave. Please tell my incompetent brother this. My journey has just begun.
Ah, Elizabeth. I sense that you may become a guest of our room someday yourself.
That would be interesting. Like if Elizabeth becomes the protagonist of a game. That was close. My blood ran cold many times during the battle. I fought with all my might without holding back at all, but Sho was fast, his slashes were sharp, and he fought like a veteran warrior who's gone through the intense training.
How do you feel, Sho?
I lost. That's the brawn of a guy with bonds, huh? Never mind. My jokes are lame right now.
Your jokes were always lame.
As often as you want. I'll always accept the challenge.
Yes, this isn't the end for Sho. This battle is only the beginning. The only way Sho could form a relationship with others was by hurting them. He started this mess because he wanted so badly to have those bonds he couldn't attain. But in every strike he aimed at me during our fight, I think I sensed his wish for us to accept each other and to boost one another up. Which is how it should be. A connection with others can be a great strength depending on how you face them. It helps us grow. Sho took hold of the first chance he had through whatever means he knew and offered it to me. I intended to accept his challenge with all my might. I wonder if that got through to him.
So what are you gonna do now? I meant it when I said that the others would.
That's enough. I'm tired of all your lecturing. I'll kill you for sure one day. You better be ready when I come for you.
Sho makes his smirking vow and disappears, flying far away from here. All I can do is smile at his rather smug attitude. On seeing Sho leave, Margaret approaches me.
It seems it's over. And that was a wonderful battle. It even made my heart skip a beat. I'll look forward to your rematch with him.
I'd be fine if he didn't show up for a while.
Is that so? This encounter between you two will one day give way to something irreplaceable. I don't know your desires, but that may be the nature of the power you hold.
Who knows?
It's true that I have made wonderful friends here in Inaba, and it's those friends who allow me to overcome my trials so far. But that's not because I'm special or anything. I'm sure the same thing will happen to Show from here on out too.
By the by, now that the red fog is gone, this place will disappear shortly. Shouldn't your friends evacuate more urgently?
That's right. I completely forgot about that. This tower was only an illusion that came out of the red fog. So now that the fog is gone, this place would turn back to regular old Yashigami High.
Margaret, I have a favor to ask you.
Oh? What is it?
Could you please send all my friends here in the tower somewhere safe?
Margaret falls silent as if thinking for a moment, and then turns a smile towards me.
Since you did entertain me somewhat, I suppose I should show my appreciation. Very well. I shall send you all to a safe place.
Thank you.
May we meet again in the Velvet Room.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. After those parting words, I'm enveloped in a white light. As my vision begins to fade, I see the open space I was just in start to peel away from the edges and crumble without a sound.
What's this? Oh, it seems I was a moment too late. To think I missed an opportunity to see two tremendous powers clash. Oh, how I wish I could have witnessed it with my own eyes.
Are you satisfied yet?
Sister? Why are you here?
Is there some irregularity with my presence here?
Yes.
No, that wasn't what I meant.
So, did you see Elizabeth?
I wasn't out to find her. Rather, I was scouting the area, in search of this cola you wished for. It's true. This is my proof. I did not think that this cola would be hidden in such a sturdy metallic box. Disassembling the box took some time, but I did so without breaking anything. I also inserted all the 10,000 yen bills I had before reassembling it. To think that the people of this world go to such lengths simply just to buy cola, I still have much to learn.
It doesn't matter. So, were you able to take a look about this world?
Ah, of course, sister. The people I encountered here exhibited much stronger powers than usual, by trusting in these bonds between each other. I gather that the reason they display such powers is because they have a wish they desire, along with the ones their bonds connect them to.
I see.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. You did rather well.
I think Elizabeth may have found such a wish as well.
Hey, you ain't wrong there, Theodore.
What makes you say so?
Perhaps it's only my imagination, but I sensed something while pursuing her. I thought Elizabeth might have found something she wants to do for someone besides herself. In other words, a wish of her own.
Huh.
Sister?
I see. Very well. So, what kind of bonds do you intend on exploring?
Well, I believe we should first start by making a toast with this cola. I've heard that it is a sublime ritual performed by the people of this world to further strengthen their bonds.
I already worry about where you'll end up. Come now, Theo. Let's go back.
Please, wait for me, sister!
Yeah, Theo seems cool, but... Alright, today. May 6th, a sunny day in contrast to the gray skies of yesterday. Even though this is the last day of Golden Week, the Junes food court seems pretty quiet. Normally it would be even more crowded than usual, but the reason it's empty is obvious at a glance. The people fled into the store like a receding tide, afraid of the bizarre crew who just showed up. This includes a man covered by not much except the cape, the costume hero, a woman in thick fur despite the summer heat, and two robots.
Huh, it looks like the place is all ours. Is management gonna be okay with this?
It's usually more crowded. My dad's gonna kill me if he finds out about this. Wait, is this my fault?
Yes, Yosuke, it is. Even Yosuke seems at his wits' end as he answers Junpei. Teddy's in his usual costume rather than normal clothes, but thanks to the idiosyncrasies of the Shadow Operatives, he doesn't stand out much at all. After the night we solved that case, we decided to take this opportunity to throw a celebration party with everyone. Oh, sweet! I don't know the details of how it got started, but since Labrys wanted it to be at some place bustling, Yosuke took the bold step of deciding to hold it here. What I want to know is, how did it not occur to him that this would happen?
Well then, it's a great day out and...
That's so played out, Yosuke-senpai.
Just hurry up and get things started. I'm starving. No, I give up. You do it, partner.
He's so In addition to our usual members, the Shadow Operatives joining in has made our group pretty big, and Yosuke gives up as everyone stares at him amidst catcalls. Oh well, if someone falls, then another will follow them up. That's how our investigation team rolls, after all.
Okay, here goes. 1, 2.
Good job, everyone.
The modest party kicks off with a toast. No one must have gotten much sleep last night, but they're all having fun, chatting. Some are reuniting with friends they haven't seen in a while, and others are meeting new people for the first time.
My, it's hot today. Yuka-chan, aren't you hot in that costume? You could unzip the suit.
Kill him!
Whoa, hey! Don't touch that!
Are you hot, Teddy? I'll open up your zipper for you. Here we go.
Labby-chan, it doesn't open that way. No!
Huh? It came off.
It came off?
The pretty boy within can't come out now.
Speaking of pretty boys, that definitely applies to Ken-kun. He's got, like, this natural aura around him.
I think you're right. He seems like someone you just can't resist looking after. Say my name.
His ears are burning.
Clearer than the average girls too. Huh? What?
You're after my position as pretty boy, aren't you, Ken-Ken? I won't let you get away with this.
Jeez.
I knew I should have bought a change of clothes. I'm sticking out like a sore thumb. May as well put on my mask since that actually might help. Wait, huh? Where's my mask?
What has Yukiko in hysterics?
Interesting. It really limits your field of vision. If I wear it during my training, it'll really help for low visibility situations.
What
kind of
situations are those? People will call the police on you if you train in that.
Whoa! It looks surprisingly good on you, Master. You look like a comic book hero.
It seems they have a good master-disciple relationship going.
Wow, you're an engineering student, Fukusan? I'm hopeless.
This is actually great.
Girls who are strong in the sciences. It's nothing really. You can be good at it too once you get the hang of it.
Hey, what do engineering students do anyway? Do you know, Yukiko?
Maybe they do experiments. You know, like adding secret ingredients to dishes.
No.
So that was an experiment.
What was an experiment?
What do you go for, Mitsuru-san? Are you engaged or something?
She's out of your league, Yosuke.
I did have someone like that in the past. But all I can focus on right now are my missions.
Whoa, you got guts taking a shot at Mitsuru-senpai and all this chaos, kid. She's a tough one, so be prepared.
What? You're
so funny, Junpei-san. I think you might be one of the top 2 funniest people I know.
Who will be the other one?
What's this? Is the lovely Rosette actually complimenting me?
No, she has heat stroke.
She's not complimenting you at all. So who's the other one?
Why are you all looking at me for?
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Nope.
Hey, Yukiko-senpai. Can I pet him now, too?
He says he wants to stay here a bit longer. Right, Gangaromaru?
At least learn his actual name. You understood that?
That's why there are some cases where one can't help but to take drastic.
This is awesome, and
Impressive, Naoto-san. You really live up to the Shirogane name.
Well, it's a bit of a dirty tactic, but in certain pressing circumstances.
Impressive. Pressing? Naoto-san, was that a pun just now? It's well over the phoneme threshold.
Huh? Of course not. It was just a coincidence.
sure. We've been fighting all throughout Golden Week, and we're only just now getting a moment to catch our breath. The party goes on with the usual drift from topic to topic. I eventually noticed that Labris had stepped away from everyone to stand alone in the corner of the food court, so I go talk to her.
What's the matter, Labris?
Oh, I was just looking out at the town. I didn't get a really good look at it the other day, so I want to take it in as much as I can now.
Labris gazes past the fence into the distance. The area around here is just an ordinary country town. It's hard to think that there's anything novel about it, but this is Labris, who's been asleep for over 10 years. Everything she sees must be fresh and new to her.
What do you see?
Lots of things. There's tons of people, everyone living their life to the fullest. Hey, Yukon.
Have my beer fixed now. How's Mountain Dew and Cheeto time? Nice. Now, I had me a burrito, and I got me, well, I had a case of Gatorade, so not quite water, but still. Labris suddenly bows formally to me. Did we do something? Is she just thanking us for helping her out?
It was you who helped us out this time, Labris. We're even now.
But Labris slowly shakes her head. I guess that wasn't what she meant. So, what then? I can't think of anything else you could be thanking us for.
No, that's not what I meant. I slept for so long that everything's a first. Like having a celebration party with so many folks.
Huh.
Yeah,
well,
good point, Redneck.
For sure.
Water's better.
Everyone seems like they're having fun, so that makes me happy. And there's something I figured out, too. You guys and all them shadow operatives might not be together all the time, but that don't matter.
Labris and I look back towards the group. There's no investigation team or shadow operatives anymore, only a cheerful time being shared between friends. The bonds we forge won't disappear, no matter how far apart we may be. That's something I learned from Mitsuru and her people. They all went their separate ways, but they reunited here even after quite some time because of this case. I hope our investigation team will be like that from now on. I think we have it in us. What happened over the last day was our first step towards that goal. I like Walmart electrolyte water, power water.
Doesn't the same go for us, since we got to meet during Golden Week?
Yeah, it's the same thing. Powerade and all that.
And though that was literally just the other day, here I am again. It was tough, but fun too. That's why I want to thank you.
I could say the same to you.
A smile naturally forms on both of our faces. After Labris had a good laugh, she looked straight at me.
I'm sure Shokun will be okay. He might have lived all alone, without anyone to talk to, but we're there for him now.
Yeah, Sho's journey is just getting started. We can change as much as we want by learning from other people.
You got that right.
Labris mumbles to herself and looks into the distance once again. Her expression is bright. It's like she really is human. And I have no doubts that Sho can make just as dramatic a transformation.
I'm gonna do my best too.
It's truly a wonderful day out. The sun's risen high up in the sky, casting strong shadows on the rooftop. The clear blue skies of Inaba look as though they are blessing our futures. The end. You know, I thought there was something else involved in trying to get the true ending. So yeah, the credits rolled again. You know, since we got the true ending of it, which I didn't think was. Let's see. They must have changed that. They must have changed something because apparently there was requirements on the older version of this game. So since we got the true ending, even though we are going to do actually one more full stream with this game, and I can always go to it on a variety night for other stuff, depending on what I want to accomplish. I am going to throw it as a game finished. So we're off. We're already off to a good start. Huh? Today's date is the 13th, which is Felt Kimchi's birthday. Yay! Tour list updated. But as I said, there is more stuff I wanted to see in this game. They have when this game originally came out, I had DLC for a character named Adachi, who was like a villain in the Persona 4. And so he has his own version of events, because we saw the Persona 4 side, we've seen the Persona 3 side, we saw the true ending, and I want to see Adachi's side of the story. You know, having the headphones set up here, I kind of look like Mickey Mouse. Oh, oh, oh.
This program was brought to you by the following sponsors.
And viewers like you. Again, anybody who's watched public television, you know, 99% clear, 99% clear. And essentially, all the alternate thing is just to see things differently from a different perspective on it. We witnessed the story's true ending. Wow, very few people, ultra rare on that. Guess not many people dived into the story mode, or wanted to deal with the story mode. Still, we we actually accomplished more than I was intending to. Seeing that the true ending actually opened, I guess I made the right choices to trigger it. So unknowingly, we did the things that leads to it to go onto the tour list. So there you go. It's a pretty damn cool thing in many regards. So on that note, but still, as I said, I'm going to do one more stream of Persona 4 Arena Ultimax that dedicated to it. That'll be a part of next week's lineup on next, actually it'll be next Fridays, and to do a Dachi story, and actually do arcade runs and so forth, or actually do the Golden Arena stuff, probably something or other. I do not know. Yeah. So let's see, who shall we raid on this evening? Let's see what my options are. I know who's on. Alright, so I'll just make sure to drop over there to say hi, as I do. You know what? Let's throw things over to Mystery Science Theater 3000. So, there you go. So, it was a good way to end the night. So, tomorrow night, Saturday, Variety. I'm more likely will play some Smite tomorrow. We'll see. But, I hope everybody has themselves a good night, that you tighten your friendship bracelets, stay safe. Thank y'all for hanging out. We'll see you next time, folks. Bye.